going on? It's Kyle Henderson, Bama football on YouTube. I appreciate y'all coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Get inside the comment box and give a roll tide. You thought I was going to say Kyle Henderson coming to you, the host of The Bachelor, right? A little dressed up. No, today we have the blazer on. We've gone a little blazer for signing day, right? We're still making a big deal out of signing day. Happy to be here. And I hope that you are happy to be here as well. So what I have, this is our board. And if you followed us for the last 10 years, yes, 10 years, right? This is what we do for signing day, all right? So we'll update the top where it says check mark. It says mean signed because we're up to 12 signees. It's in the green text up on the top. All right, so let's go full screen, and we'll check this is our early National Signing Day board, all right? And we'll update this. And we have so let me walk you through this. From the left, we have our schedule today, okay? So today it's 8 a.m. right now. I'm going to give you a little teaser, little appetizer, right? And then at 9, we'll do our first really big update. At 10 a.m. will be our normal scheduled show, right? Everything will be on the stream. So you can leave, you can come back, but just know that every top of the hour, I'll be live again, okay? I might be wearing a different blazer. I might be sitting down, things like that, right? But this is how it's going to operate throughout the day. And depending... See you, son. Have a nice day. Kane's headed to school. We have a lot of moving parts. Lacey just left. She has a performance today, so a lot going on. And then 10 a.m. is just going to work like it normally does. So you come at 10 a.m. and we'll have our normal show. It'll just be everything will be on the stream. So keep coming back at the top of the hour. All right. So a couple things. These green prospects, these are the guys that have signed officially this morning. Starting up at the top, Jordan Edmonds, right, big-time corner. I still can't believe that he got moved from a 5-star to a 4-star. I wouldn't worry about that. You got Rael Kelly, he's a safety, coming in from Ohio. You got Jeriah Edwards, a 5-star. You got Bear Fretwell. What a name, Bear Fretwell. I love the stones on the parents to be able to name him Bear, right? You got Corey Howard, he's in. Chris Booker, he's in. You got Jared Dottie. You got your guys from Georgia in. You got Zay Hall out of beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Hillcrest High School. Ezavier Crowell has signed. Camarion Johnson is signed out of Muscle Shoals. Jet Damala has signed. And then we'll update at the bottom, Zion Gibson. We'll just take across that 1 p.m. because he already signed his NIL this morning. So we're up to 12 right now. And we're feeling good about where we stand right now. I think Alabama's still number 6 in the nation. And we are on a flip watch, okay? So this is kind of like we are in the Polygon, right? We need something like that similar to the Polygon when we have like a flip watch, right? So, yeah, we are in the Polygon for Bryson Cooley out of Laurel, Mississippi. 6'6", 315 pounds. He's committed currently to LSU, and he's predicted to flip to Bama. Now, that time is 1:15 p.m. Central Time. So that's how we'll be looking at it today. So we'll be live during that point in time and to see if the big man flips over to Alabama. Okay? So where we're at right now is this is the AM update at 8 a.m. And then I'll be back at 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, okay, all day long. I wanted to go over a really big signee this morning as we kind of do our kickoff. And this is kind of our first big update at 8 a.m. Okay, so you have Jeriah Edwards signed his official paperwork. He is a 6'2", 205 pounds. He's a safety out of Maryland, okay? This is a gigantic get, all right? I'm going to go over him. I'll talk about the scouting report and a couple notes that stand out. But I want to gauge from inside the comment box, on a scale of 1 to 10, what is your excitement about Jeriah Edwards committing to Alabama? And by the way, we'll do some AM shout-outs here in a little while. But this is a big one, I'm telling you. And when you look at the past safeties for Alabama, you look at the current safeties for Alabama, Jeriah Edwards is going to fit in this offense nice, okay? Now, you think about, and I have a graphic for you because you're probably like, well, who are the safeties? What's it going to look like next year? I got you covered. I promise you. I'll show you what next year's safeties could look like. Because did you know that Brayson, that we have Hubbard, right? And you have Keon Sabb. Those guys are juniors, right? So they could come back next year. All right, but let's look at Jeriah Edwards, who we got coming in, right? Scouting report, covers a ton of ground, closes windows super fast, shows natural instincts. I'm telling you, when we show this highlights later on today, this dude is powerful, okay? He's very versatile, and I think in Alabama's defense, he can maybe even slide down to that extra corner spot. I mean, this guy is very versatile. He's a safety, but he's built more like a linebacker, okay? All right, strikes with power. He looks like a missile. I'm telling you, on his film, it's outstanding. Plays downhill, takes on bigger backs. He could take on a tight end if he needs to, and he's a tone setter, period. And that's what you want from a safety. They're talking about a legitimate, bona fide 5-star, okay? A couple notes to the right. You'll see he's the same high school, St. Francis High School out in Baltimore, right, as Chris Broswell, Shane Lee. Remember Shane Lee and Chris Broswell? You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, Chris Broswell and Shane Lee, you know those guys were known for bringing the wood. So at St. Francis, they just must be teaching you how to tackle 1,000,000%. I was just thinking about that. Blake Corum, also out from St. Francis. I'm telling you, that high school is outstanding, 100%. All right, Jarvis, I appreciate the feedback on the graphics. Thank you. That, you know how that it hits me here, hits me right here. Alabama beat out Auburn, Oregon, Georgia. Other safeties in the class, you got Ryle Kelly, right? Ryle Kelly is out of Ohio. Okay, all right, so that's a big one, 100%. You also have Jordan Edmonds. He signed officially this morning as well. And this is kind of just the teaser. Again, I'll be back at 9 a.m. I'm still working on the graphics and, all that sort of stuff. And then the big show at 10 a.m. and then, 11 a.m. in case you're popping in. Okay. And if you're like, Kyle, what does it look like from just guys that are signed? All right. Here are the guys that are signed. And we got Malik Franklin. That's our newest addition. All right. 6'6", 220 pounds out of Daphne. Right, Lower Alabama. He's the latest to sign up here on the right. Alabama up to 13 signees so far. We will cover this throughout the day right here on Bama Football on YouTube, okay? Here's our schedule on the left if you want to screenshot it. But just remember, be like, oh, you know what? It's the top of the hour. Maybe I should go to Bama Football on YouTube. And 10 a.m. will be our normal show, okay? We'll talk college football playoffs. We'll talk some recruiting. I'll take your calls as well, all right? But getting back to Jordan Edmonds, I'm surprised that he got moved to a 4-star. I have a video that showcases his highlights, and I'll showcase some highlights later on today. But when you look to the scouting report, Jordan Edmonds, the first thing that jumps off the table to me is the length, right? 6'3", 175. And Alabama clearly wants corners that are coming in that have length. You look at Dejon Lee, right? You look to, even Jeriah Edwards, he's got some good size on him, but Jordan Edmonds got length. And when you think about the corners of the future, you think Dejon Lee, right? You think Jordan Edmonds, you think Xavier Brown, because he could come back as well. So when we look at kind of the, scouting report, he's got shutdown ability, sticky in man coverage, 100%. He's elite recovery speed. He's got advanced ball skills, right? Can knock down balls, make plays, anticipates routes like a true veteran, 1,000,000%. Physicality, strong, open field tackler, aggressive downfield, doesn't shy away from contact. How much do we love that? Because you got to be a great open field tackler, in my opinion, to play in the SEC, period. Okay. The notes, did you know this? He's the highest rated corner, I believe, since Travis Hunter. I have to double check that, but I was looking at the notes and I was like, are you for real? Alabama beat out Georgia, Tennessee, Auburn, other corners in this class, Zion Gibson, who, by the way, just signed as well this morning, okay? So with that said, you're probably wondering, you're like, what do the safeties or the corners look like for next year? Well, I got you covered, okay? So next year, 2026, here's what it theoretically could look like. I removed a couple guys who are veterans in this class, like Damani Jackson. He'll move on. So this is your snapshot looking at 2026 corners. How would you feel about this? Ezavier Brown, man, it's sad to see him grow up, right? He's going to be a junior. You got Cam Calhoun. He'll be a redshirt junior. You got Dejon Lee. He's a sophomore. You have Red Morgan, Chuck McDonald. I believe Chuck McDonald probably redshirt this year, and then you bring in Jordan Edmonds and Zion Gibson. Okay, so that's kind of how we're looking from the corner perspective. And I think right now, while it's exciting to talk about the guys coming in, there's no one hotter in the country right now than Ezavier Brown. This guy, I'm telling you, he might be one of the top corners in the country. Right? Do you agree with that? Man, Ezavier Brown is like outstanding. He started all last year. He started all this year. Man, the guy's played every single game that Coach Kalen DeBoer is coaching. That's a lot of talent. I saw you guys thinking about, maybe some guys leaving transfer portal. Probably. But I mean, even if you go out there and you start with Ezavier Brown, you have Dejon Lee and, Chuck McDonald's, coming off the bench. Red Morgan's playing with his hair on fire. And then you got Jordan Edmonds and Zion Gibson. I like the corners. The only thing is you got to just make sure that you hang on to Mo Lindquist. All right, because Mo Lindquist is a secondary coach, and that guy's as good as it comes. I'm telling you. And I know Jamarcus Shepard just got his opportunity with Oregon State. Mo Lindquist is a guy that has to be on the hot board of a couple different programs on the rise. He's a very good football coach. Originally coached at Buffalo. He also coached the Dallas Cowboys. Here's a look at the safeties for 2026, okay? You got Keon Sapp. Let me ask you this inside the comment box. Does Keon Sapp come back? Because next year, he's a redshirt junior right now. You got Bray Hubbard, right? I mean, he'll be let me ask you this. No, it's a two-part question. Yes or no? Does Keon Sapp and Bray Hubbard, do those guys come back next season? One of these guys didn't go to the NFL. I mean, damn. Bray, that's a tough one. Help me out. I don't know. Man, can you imagine if both those guys come back? Damn, man. Zay Mincy's out there. You got Cam Howard, Ivan Taylor. Ivan Taylor has played every game for Alabama this year as a true freshman. And then you bring on Jeriah Edwards and Ryan Kelly. Damn, this is a loaded room. Right top to bottom. And you know what? That's why, even if you go back to my summer videos, I was gassing up Alabama's defense so much, and that's why I was so disappointed on how they played in week one. But throughout the season, I think they played to how I kind of predicted them to play. And a lot of the reason is because of the depth. The too deep was loaded. So I see some of you guys saying Keon goes, but Bray stays. I don't know, man. What Keon Sapp right now? I might have him like a third, fourth rounder. And Coach Saban always says, like, there's a big difference from first round, second round money, compared to third round, fourth round. I don't know. It would be gigantic if each of those dudes come back. All right. Okay, so this is kind of my morning warm-up show, just to kind of set the tone. Let's go over just a couple more things, and I'll be back at 9 a.m., okay? You got the offensive line that has signed 3 already, okay? You have Chris Booker, Bear Fretwell, and you have Jared Dottie. What do each of those guys have in common? They're all from the state of Georgia, okay? Alabama, you know what? Coach Kalen DeBoer, Courtney Morgan, they did some work in Georgia this year. They got some guys from Georgia. So these are your offensive linemen. And, again, we are on Flip Watch at 1:15 p.m. for Brayson Cooley, offensive lineman out of the state of Mississippi, okay? He's currently committed to LSU. And we're still waiting on Terrell Miller, He's out of California. He's a junior college prospect. So as soon as he's signed, we'll bring him in. But this is kind of Alabama's offensive line at a glance. And it looks like they're going to get 5, right? Booker, Fretwell, Dottie, Miller, and then Cooley. If Cooley does end up flipping, right? I still would like for Alabama, and maybe Terrell Miller is kind of that guy I'm looking for in terms of I want Alabama to bring in the top offensive tackle in the country from the transfer portal. right? Sam Utu, by the way, decommitted. He will not be in this class. If you're wondering about Sam Utu, Bubba Kelly, good morning to you. Yo, Bubba Kelly is 57-53. Wow, that's an interesting last four. Capstone Farm says you got to go in the portal and get some help. I completely agree, Capstone, 1,000,000%. Yeah, in Utah, Utu, rather, going to SMU. Huh, okay. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Utu decommitted not too long ago. Couple more notes. You do have one of two quarterbacks signed so far this morning. You have Jet Thamala. I'll show his highlights later in the day. You're going to love what you see from your quarterback. You know, it's amazing. He threw for 3,400 yards this past season, 61 total touchdowns, and he considers him the best quarterback to ever come out of the state of Nebraska. And then you also have Taden Kahawa, a 6'6" quarterback that'll be signing later on in the day, okay? And then you have one of the crown jewels of this class who is already signed, and that is Ezavier Crowell. Yo, this guy, fam, you seen Crowell's film? I put up a brief snippet of it. Outstanding. Takeover type running back. Who's seen this guy play? Man, so I will show his highlights later in the day as well when we kind of, continue to button it up. At a glance, where do we stand right now in terms of the signees? This is where we're at. We got 13, right? So we got 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Was that maybe 23? Is that what that comes out to? But 13 so far. And these on the number, the time on the right is the kids' signing day ceremony, but they're still sending in things, way faster to the University of Alabama. So as soon as the University of Alabama officially updates if the player has signed and whatnot, then we'll give them the green check mark. And then on the left, and I'll go full screen so you can take a shot of this, this is our schedule for today. So got the preview show this morning at 8. 9 a.m. we'll do another update, right? Kind of recap some things that we've been discussing. 10 a.m. will be my normal show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And then we'll cover the news every single hour. And you won't have to go anywhere. I'll keep it all in this stream. So just remember, look, 9 a.m., another update. 10 a.m., another update. And when you come back to this stream, you're going to see this, okay? And we'll continue to update this as we go. Does everybody understand? Give me a thumbs up if this makes sense to you. And that's kind of how we'll operate today. So in a good standing to start the day, let's see where before I get to my next update, let's see where Alabama is on the national recruiting rankings. And look, I use On3. I know there's 24/7. We can use them both. I don't care. I just kind of want to see where Alabama is from the national perspective. So let's check this out. Alabama right now, okay, they're in 6th place. So 6th place with 3 5-stars, 10 4-stars for a total of 24 prospects. The number one team right now is USC, then Notre Dame, Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State. It's interesting. All these teams are playoff teams besides USC. That's why I'm always wondering. Another show, but it's USC. You got to think that Lincoln Riley might be feeling some heat. You guys want to see 24/7 rankings? Okay, we can do that. Is this for? Oh, this is for 2027. On 24/7, Alabama's actually 2. Okay. And they have them with 4 4-stars. I mean, we should use 24/7. As you got USC, Bama, Notre Dame, Georgia, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas, Tennessee. Wow, that's interesting. A lot of these are playoff teams. Playoffs? Okay, so that's where we're at. So, again, this is our first update. Stay inside the comment box. I'm going to get ready for, to continue to update, and then we'll be back at 9 a.m. as we continue to update this. When you come back, you stay in the chat or whatever, it's going to look like this. This is the screen you're going to see, and then we'll continue to update it, and I'll be back at 9 a.m. Okay, so this is the first update, back at 9 live, and then back at 10 for our normal 10 a.m. show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Enjoy signing day. I'll be back at the top of the hour, 9 a.m., with another update right inside Bama Football on YouTube. We need, if you want to take over the message board, not in a negative way, feel free, and we will update this page throughout the day right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Thanks for joining us for this morning update. See you at 9 a.m. right here on Bama Football on YouTube. See you, fam. This has been a presentation. Just kidding. All right, see you at 9, fam. The stream's going to keep running. See ya. And if you have questions, we'll be monitoring it in the back end. So if you have a question, post it inside the comment box, okay? All right. Family, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. We are back for our 9 a.m. update. Alabama up to 14 players that have signed with the class of 2026. If you look to 24/7, I think Alabama is still number 2 in the recruiting rankings. And if you use On3, I think they're number 6 right now. So we'll keep you updated in terms of where Alabama falls in the national rankings. But this is a very good class. To point a couple things out on this particular graphic, you see our schedule is here on the left. And we can go ahead and maybe take away that, the 8 a.m., but we're here at 9 a.m., or just actually leave it so we can have an archive of today. And then this will be our first big update kind of from the signees who have signed this morning. 10 a.m. will be our regular call-in show, and then we'll continue to track news as it happens. Now, we do have a flip watch that we are watching, and that is with Bryson Cooley, okay? Bryson Cooley is currently committed to LSU. He is 6'6". He is 315 pounds out of Laurel, Mississippi, and he's been predicted to flip. So we will wait to see if Cooley does pick Alabama. That would bring Alabama up to 5 offensive linemen in this class. Okay. So what I want to do for this 9 a.m. portion is, let me just recap kind of the class. And then what I want to do is talk about the quarterbacks and the one running back, and then ask you a couple of questions about those two positions going forward for Alabama, okay? By the way, Samuel says inside the comment box that Nolan Wilson has officially signed with the Tide. Yeah, we have him up here on the right. So let me just kind of walk through real quick to tighten it up before we start our 9 a.m. program. All right, we got Jordan Edmondson. Big time corner. I'm telling you, I went over him during our 8 a.m. portion. Yo, absolutely elite. You got Ryle Kelly, kid out of Ohio, 6'3". Alabama loves him some length at the secondary, right? Jeriah Edwards, human missile, built like a linebacker, plays safety. He's a 5-star, right? Got Bear Fretwell, offensive lineman out of Georgia. He's 6'7", named like Bear, right? He's a 3-star. You got Corey Howard. You got Chris Booker. Booker's out of Atlanta. He's an offensive lineman. Jared Dottie out of Georgia as well. Zay Hall, linebacker from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, out of Hillcrest. He's a 3-star, but Courtney Morgan can evaluate those 3-stars. Yeah, actually, Zay Hall is 6'2", 225, and he ran like a 4.5 or something like that. Ezavier Crowell, clearly a crown jewel. We'll talk about him during this 9 a.m. portion as well. I'll show you some highlights. His highlights are outstanding. And I don't know, I can't tell the future, but you look to some of these guys, and you're like, how would these guys fare, early on playing now? They're that, I'm telling you, they're that good. 2 of them are for sure. Ezavier Crowell and Cederian Morgan, who should be signing at any point today for Alabama. You also have Kamarion Johnson out of Muscle Shoals. You have Jet Tamala, who's in at quarterback. You have Zion Gibson out of Gadsden, Alabama. You have Malik Franklin out of Daphne, Alabama. That's in L.A. You got Taden Kahua out of Utah. He's another quarterback. So Alabama has signed 2 quarterbacks this morning. And then Nolan Wilson, who is a big-time get. Ugh, my goodness. Yo, I'm telling you, Nolan Wilson, man, that man is a gigantic addition. So let's start out talking about the quarterbacks that are each now signed. And I want to play you their highlight tapes as well, okay? So Jet Tamala on the left, 6'4", 205. And you have Taden Kahua out of Utah. I think he's originally from Hawaii at 6'6", 240. One thing that I've noticed with the coaching staff, do you agree? They're getting quarterbacks. Because I was thinking about this, and I was talking about it on my show a couple days ago. We still haven't had, think about this. We still haven't had a true quarterback start for Alabama that has been recruited by Kalen DeBoer. DeBoer didn't recruit Milroe, and Milroe didn't fit his system at all, okay? And now you have Ty Simpson, who I think fits it a little bit, but still they didn't recruit Ty Simpson, right? So the quarterbacks that Ryan Grubb and Kalen DeBoer haven't even started yet. Think about that. That's kind of an interesting fact. And one of the things that we notice with the way that Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb have recruited their quarterbacks, they like their quarterbacks to be tall. right? I mean, it's kind of the one area I think, next year, depending on what happens with Ty Simpson, I have that question coming for you next. I think the shortest quarterback will be Keelan Russell at 6'3", right? So Jet Damala on the left, and I'll show you his highlights in just a second. Kid threw for 3,400 yards and 61 touchdowns this past season. 61 touchdowns. Isn't that crazy? And then he told KETV that he feels that he's the best quarterback to ever come out of Nebraska. Love the confidence. Taden Kawa, big man, 6'6", 240 pounds, threw for a total of 5,300 yards during his career and 62 total touchdowns. All right. So, yeah, these guys, super, super impressive. But you know what? Let's look at the tape so we can see these guys, on screen. Let me bring that up in 2 seconds. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out because I want to say they played 14 games. So can we do the math on that? If he threw 61 touchdowns in 14 games, what does that come out to for our math wizards inside the comment box? By the way, we're looking at Jet Damala to open up right now. So it's 4 touchdowns per game. All right, this is Jet Damala out of Nebraska. Let's see what he got. He's a quarterback that signed, 6'4", hell of an athlete. Here he is stepping back. You know what I like about this is the deep ball, okay? Because right now I feel like some of our explosive plays haven't necessarily been. That's one area that Ty has kind of struggled in, right? Here he is showcasing his athleticism. Looked like he was going to get sacked about 5 times. Escaped that one. Here he is throwing on. That's a beautiful pass right there on the run, okay? Looking downfield, progressional reads. Wow, the ball kind of just finds its way to its receivers, huh? Okay, here he is, back to pass. Good protection. Damn, that's a deep ball. Finds his receiver. I guess that was in stride, we could say. Shotgun formation. Damala back to pass. He has kind of this ability to throw this ball, and it just kind of lands in the breadbasket. That's kind of what stands out to me. And he's got a really good deep ball, but he also has athleticism. Look at him here. That's like a 40-yard touchdown run. And I'm pretty sure he was an elite basketball player. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Did you see that pass? That is like that. He has a very fine touch on his passes. Wow, nice catch by the receiver. Damn, that was elite right there. I don't know if that was a tight end or receiver. Here he is again, looking back. Kind of an effortlessly deep ball, right? So you think about a guy like this coming in, how does he fit the system? You think about the wide receivers coming in. You look at the fact that he does have athleticism. What I'd really like to see Alabama do is use a little bit of RPO. And I think kind of looking at Alabama's offense, they really don't do that often. I think that's something that can be utilized with the weapons that Alabama has in an athletic quarterback. Damala back to pass again. Deep ball. Right in the bread. He's got some really good receivers, too. That's a nice ball. Right in between the safety and the corner. Goodbye. 61 touchdowns in one season. Dang, that's a nice ball to the outside. Okay, so now we have just switched. We are looking at Taden Kawa. All right? I was wondering. I was like, okay, Taden Kawa is, this guy's got it. And I think I got one of my boys from F3. Hey, Sam Carpenter, what's up, man? Good to see you. I appreciate you being here. He's saying, Sam, what's your call name, man? Post it inside the comment box. I wasn't able to get the workout in this morning because I had to be prepping for my show super early, even earlier than F3. But before I go to this, okay, and before we look at Taden Kawa, were you guys impressed, honestly, with Jet Damala? What would you guys say on a scale of like 1 to 10, your excitement about getting in a quarterback like that? I have to say I'm pretty hyped, right? It looks pretty good to me. Okay, so what I want to show you real quick, and this is just basically like a transition that I use. It's not a true commercial break, so I'm not going anywhere. But here's what the quarterback position could look like next year. Okay? So as we look to the 2026 quarterback room, I have some questions for you, okay? And I have to ask the tough questions, and I know sometimes it makes you guys uncomfortable, but here's what the quarterback room could look like in 2026. And we know that this probably isn't true because I would imagine that one quarterback for sure is not on the roster, okay? And I put a question mark under Ty Simpson, and I updated the graduation years to reflect 2026. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it's all how 2026 would look. So my biggest question to you, does Ty Simpson come back? And maybe that's too hard for us to answer right now, because I think clearly he hasn't had the best kind of back end of the season. He's come through clutch. I mean, shoot, what he did at Auburn is memorable. But I think from an NFL evaluation, how are they still seeing him? To be honest, I haven't seen him fall in any like mock drafts. Good morning, Miss Blissful Love. Thank you very much for checking in this morning. I'm with Chris from New Jersey. I think he's going to go. I mean, shoot, just like 5 weeks ago, he was like the number 3 player off the board. So I think that you probably take Ty off and you slide the guys over, right? Then it becomes a clear battle between Austin and Keelan Russell. And if we look at the small, plays that we've seen, or the small opportunities that we've seen from Austin and Keelan, it seems like a good quarterback battle, to be honest. And I'm not mad about that. You want competition. It makes everybody better. One of these guys has to start. Another guy has to sit. Now, it's important to notate this. Keelan Russell has only played in 2 games this season, right? He played against Louisiana Monroe, and he played against Eastern Illinois. So he's going to redshirt. That means he's a redshirt freshman next year. Austin Mack's a redshirt junior. You see what I'm saying? Hey, and Roll Tide Amp became a fan funder. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. So kind of looking at the board right here, those are your 2 kind of, I guess, veteran quarterbacks. And then you have the 2 guys coming in, right? Jet Tamala and Taden Kahawa. And one thing that I noticed, that kind of if you X out Ty on the left, you see the size of the quarterbacks. And for everybody that's been following Alabama football for, I don't know, the last 15 years, is this the biggest, I'm talking like size-wise, like height-wise, quarterback room that we've had? 6'6", 6'3", 6'4", 6'6". And think about this. You could put in even like a walk-on. This will freak you out because he'll be on roster next year too. John Gazaniga is 6'6", 6'7", 250. You know what I'm saying? So if you were to add John Gazaniga to this board right here, that's got to be the tallest quarterback room in the country. It could be a basketball team. John Gazaniga could be your big. Austin Mack, your power forward. Keelan Russell, your shooting guard. And then and then Jet Tamala, another guard, and then take Kawa like at the 3. Man. And Jarvis, you know what? Jarvis brings up a really good point about the quarterback position. And you hear me talk about that all the time. You saw Georgia just lost a quarterback yesterday, Jared Curtis. He flipped to Vanderbilt. That's the one thing that's holding Georgia back. I'm telling you, is the quarterback position. Alabama is not short on quarterbacks. I think all these guys are going to be able to get it done. But let's look at the tape of Taden Kawa, because I want to point out something that I found interesting with Taden Kawa. And he's the big quarterback on the left. He's 6'6", 240, all right? I really like what we got from this kid coming in. And I think he's a 3 or a 4-star, right? One thing that I want you to watch with Kawa, and it's interesting, I think we have 2 finesse-type quarterbacks. Honestly, I think Jet Tamala and Keelan Russell, I think they're very similar. I really do. Now that I've kind of seen Tamala's highlight tapes, I think they're similar. And I think that Kawa is very similar to Austin Mack. Watch this, okay? Watch the velocity. Because one thing, can we all agree that Austin Mack has a stronger arm than Keelan Russell? That's one thing that I think is apparent, okay? I think more athleticism, probably Keelan Russell, but Austin Mack can move around too. But look at the velocity from Taden Kawa, okay? That's one thing that really jumps off the ball. And we start right now. Here he is at the quarterback. All right, and mind you, good pass to the outside. These are his junior highlights, okay? Here he is back to pass, fires a ball downfield, love to throw, big arm. And this is when he was a junior. I couldn't even find his senior year highlights. Stands tall in the pocket, lasers it downfield. That's a 30-yard throw on the rope. Little RPO, rolls out to the outside. 240 pounds, is a big man that can run as well. Just like Austin Mack. But, yo, man, this guy's going. Who wants to tackle this guy at 240? And obviously nobody on that team, right, gets pushed out at like the 5. Here he is, quick step, fires. Whoa, that's a nice throw right there. That's a laser. Running back in motion. Progressional read, takes off. Playmaker, finds his running back. Pistol formation. RPO. No blocking in the backfield. Has to run out of the pocket. Throws on the run. Completed. Goal line situation. Running to his right. Finds a receiver. Touchdown. 4th and 2. Here he is. He's got 4 wide receivers. Steps up. Makes a big throw. Yo, Cederian Morgan was pretty tough, man. This is a good quarterback. Clearly, he's going to be on the bottom of the depth chart coming in, but I think in terms of size, athleticism, this is the type of quarterback of the future here at the University of Alabama. You got some really, really big quarterbacks. You know what? Someone said inside the comment box, Kawa reminds him of DJU coming out. Yeah, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. Yeah, and Jamie's saying Austin Mack was recruited by Grubb. Yeah, good point out. Because I was saying in the beginning, I don't know if you caught it, but none of the coaches on staff recruited Ty Simpson. So my point was we still haven't had a Ryan Grubb, Kalen DeBoer true recruited quarterback start at Alabama because neither of those guys recruited Jalen Milroe or Ty Simpson. I just find that interesting, right? Okay, so how are we feeling about the quarterback room before I move on? We feeling good? I mean, I think we're in a really good position, and clearly I don't think all those quarterbacks, I don't think they all return. I think Ty, this is what I think honestly happens. I think Ty leaves, and I think he goes to the NFL. And this isn't a knock on Ty. I think I like Ty in the NFL because it's not the strongest NFL draft class. What quarterbacks are you going to take over him? Garrett Nussmeier? John Mateer? Diego? I'm serious. Like, name a quarter. Like, there's probably a few, but I think Ty is going to fly off the board. Carson Beck's there, right? We just got an update. Bruce Feldman, Ohio State offensive coordinator Brian Hartline is expected to become the next head football coach at South Florida. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. And I think Ohio State's and I think A&M's offensive coordinator is also leaving, right? Fernando Mendoza. Okay, yeah, I'm sure he'll go, right? All right, let's look at, before I talk about the running backs, let's get an overview real quick on the recruiting class and see kind of where we're at 9:15 in the morning. I do appreciate that Alabama has kind of got a lot of these signees in. So let's look at kind of where we're at for the time being. That's me full screen. Okay. Starting at the top, in case you missed it, because I know a lot of people coming in, coming out. So let me just go over everything. You got Jordan Edmonds in. Got Ryle Kelly. Yeah, Jeriah Edwards, Bear Fretwell, Corey Howard, Chris Booker, Jared Dottie. We got Zay Hall, Ezavier Crowell, Cam Johnson, Kamarion Johnson, Chet Damala, Zion Gibson, Malik Franklin. He just committed yesterday. He's out of Daphne. I know a lot of you in L.A. probably know of him. Malik Franklin. Tatum Kahawa, he's in. Nolan Wilson, he's in. That's a gigantic get. Got to showcase his highlights today. Jameer Matthews, defensive lineman, he's also in. Cederian Morgan, ooh, man. Yo, dude, we're going to feature him. That's our next. I think we'll probably feature him and maybe Cederian Morgan at the next spot. Cederian Morgan, I'm telling you, just wait. We might have to do a short little video on Cederian Morgan. We might have to do that together here soon. So that's kind of where we stand at this point in time, okay? So feeling good. I think if you look to 24/7, Alabama's number 2. And I want to remind you, we are on a commitment watch at 1:15 p.m. Central Time. And before I talk about the running backs, the next time I'll be live will be at 10 a.m. That'll be a call-in show where I'll take your calls. That's my normal call-in show. You don't have to go to another stream. I'm keeping everything in this stream today. So it kind of, every top hour, come back, recap the news, And at 10 a.m., we'll kind of switch it up a little bit. We'll talk some playoffs. You guys will call in. I'll field some calls, and then we'll kind of move forward. So that's just kind of how the show is working today. And yeah, I think you'll probably have to see me do some live work because I got to get a video up on Cederian Morgan. I mean, the guy is like fantastic. Okay. But let's talk about Ezavier Crowell. Has anybody seen Ezavier Crowell's highlight tape before? Like, because if you haven't, I really have to say, viewer discretion is advised. I'm dead serious. Like this man coming in is everything that you want in a running back. And it's easy to gas up running backs, I think, just because they're absolutely takeover at the high school level. But there's something different about you know what I'm saying? There's something different about this man. So I'm telling you, if you're at work or something like that, I'm telling you, viewer discretion is advised because what you're about to see is scary. Takeover, imposing, powerful. And I'll show you the running back room as it could look next year. But, this man is he's a bad man, okay? And the craziest thing, before I get to his highlight tape, he reclassified. He should be a junior right now. So he's coming in early. He reclassified to 2026. He'd be the number 1 running back in next year's class. That's how good he is, okay? So this was a great pickup. And again, this isn't safe for work, okay? So let's go. This deserves a full screen. There we go. All right, here we go. Okay, you guys okay? You guys in a safe place? All right, Ezavier Crowell. Now just imagine this guy, 6 foot, 210 pounds, and look at this. Speed, vision, power. He just bounced off like 5-6 different guys. Okay? This is a guy who just is a takeover type running back. And to me, I love a running back that has speed. But I like a running back that has power, that has vision, that has speed, breakaway speed. This guy, this is who you want, right? And like I said, it's easy to gas up running backs of this level at the high school. Well, I'm telling you, something is different. This guy was a menace at the high school level. These are just like sample sizes of his highlights, but the guy has been doing this for a while now. And I think when you look to Alabama's running back room right now and you start thinking, you're like, man, who's coming back, right? Because clearly Jam's going to leave. Draylon Washington, those guys are seniors. So you're like, okay, I got Daniel Hill. I got Kevin Riley. I got A.K. Deere, right? Richard Young, you're probably wondering if Young's going to stay or go. But you have this man coming in as a true freshman. Yo, who's the last true freshman to come in and really play here at Bama? That's a good question. Who's the last true freshman to really come in and be like a dominant type player? Damn, this guy's good, man. What's amazing to me is what he's able to do at the second level. And what I mean second level, like right here. Now we're at the second level. Make a man miss. Okay, you got a one-on-one right here. What are you going to do? You got your speed to burn. Boom, man, he's got speed. So that second gear and what you're doing at the first level, this is first level right here. Look at the second level. Hurdle, boom. Did you see that? He just hurdled the guy. Let's watch that clip one more time. That was crazy. Okay, so this is second level. Goodbye. Great speed. But look at this play. Look what he does in the first level, okay? Right here. Makes everybody miss. Second level. A little Najee hurdle, and then he gets off more guys. Speed power, puts it in a four-wheel drive, gets in the end zone. Yo, that's probably one of the craziest runs that I've seen, okay? Now, the best highlight tape that I've ever seen from a running back, I think, was, Noel Devine. Do you remember Noel Devine? Who remembers Noel Devine? This is going to blow your mind, okay? Who remembers Noel Devine? Are you guys that old? I just dated myself like 100 years, okay? I'm trying to find – I thought I had a picture of all my running backs. Oh, I do. But I got the top says quarterbacks, running backs, okay? Does anybody remember Noel Devine? So this is – if you want to feel old, Noel Devine, who has one of the best tapes ever, kind of like this, crazy things. His son is named Noel Devine, and his son's highlight tapes are just as crazy as his dad's. I just saw this. It made me feel like I'm 90 years old. This is the worst feeling I had. Man, I was like, man, I remember this dude 25 years ago. So Noel Devine Jr. is on the rise. So here's the running back room at a snapshot for next year. I don't know if I've updated the graduation years on this, though. I think Richard Young would be a redshirt junior. I think Daniel Hill would be a junior. I think I have to update that if we can. And A.K. Deere would be a freshman. I don't know. We have to look at that. Just look at the players coming back, because these are the guys theoretically coming back. And let me ask you, because you guys have seen what I've seen. Everybody talks the same stuff. I see it all. Everybody thinks that Richard Young's going to transfer, right? Let's just get it out there. You can't pretend that you don't see it. I see it too. The thing is, we might see it, but we don't even know if it's true. Until these guys like decide to hit the transfer portal, I don't even like to talk about guys transferring because we have no idea. Now, guys going to the NFL, that's a little easier because it makes more sense. But for these guys, I don't know. You got to figure it out. So let's just talk about the room overall, okay? This is who we have. We can make believe that guys are going whatever. But we don't understand, like, if a guy hasn't gone, we just have to wait. So this is your running back room next year. And clearly, Daniel Hill's been playing a lot more. Kevin Riley had a really strong start to the season. By the way, Kevin Riley broken jaw against Eastern Illinois, so he's done. I would imagine it takes some time to come back from broken jaw, right? Through the wire. A.K. Deere. I think he played a little bit in this last game, and then, of course, we saw him against Eastern Illinois, and then you bring on Ezavier Crowell. So that's kind of Alabama's running back room. In Alabama, they did get a commitment at one point from Jeriah Barnett. Do you remember this? But I think Jeriah Barnett is going elsewhere, so he won't be in this class. Do you need another running back? Nah. I mean, running back room. I mean, you know what? They've always kind of ran with 5 running backs. So I guess the interesting thing is like, do they keep Richard Young? Do they keep all these guys in the backfield? I don't know. What do you think? Does someone leave this room? Yes or no? Sound off inside the comment box. So Richard Young, yeah, redshirt junior. Thank you. Yeah, no. And to be honest, we're still waiting on a status update for Jam Miller. We don't know kind of his availability for the SEC championship game. At one point, I heard it was optimistic. At one point, I heard it wasn't. So with injuries, I just wait for Coach Kalen DeBoer to address it. That's the easiest way. And the SEC media availability report will be, we'll get a chance to look at it tonight, I think, at 7 p.m. since it is a SEC game. Okay. All right. So in case you're just jumping in, this is kind of where we stand. Alabama has 18 guys that have been signed so far. And my schedule today is I'm live every top of the hour. So this was kind of my second time to kind of come back for an update. And when I come back at 10 a.m., I'll do a full-scale show, and I'll take some calls at that 10 a.m. window. So that's kind of how we've been operating today. What you're going to see next is me cut a live cut for Cederian Morgan. All right, so I'm going to do this live. You're going to see it all live, and I do stuff, how I work. You might even hear some editing because I'm going to have to chop up a little bit. So, and then I will be live again at 10 a.m. Central Time, where I'll take your calls and we'll talk this recruiting class and we'll talk some college football playoff rankings. Okay? Does that sound good, everybody? Okay. All right. Well, I will. Does anybody have any questions? Let's see. JJ says this. Kyle, I'm impressed with your predictions. Yeah, everyone was nervous, but you are the real deal. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. I thank you. Yeah. And, okay, so Tyrell Miller, the junior college transfer, has just signed as well. He's a offensive lineman that signed late. And we got another fan funder coming in. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. And becoming a fan funder, it's a way to support the show. Right? Super chat, same thing. And we really appreciate it. I'm supported by viewers like you. I get it. And every single time I step onto the platform, I try to put on a really good product for you. There's a lot of places that cover Alabama football. I think all those guys do a great job. Truth be told, I just try to stay in my lane. And one of the things that I always try to work on is consistency and performance. There's a lot of things that I have to do to be better, to be great. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate you. So I hope that you guys are enjoying the show. And I'll see you guys back at 10 a.m. Central Time. How this will work when you guys come back, if you're new to this, you'll just see the screen right here. And we'll continue to update it throughout the day until we have all the check marks completed. And then you have Coach Kalen DeBoer at 4 p.m. So that's how we're working. And then again, one of the things that we are watching is at 1 p.m. Central Time, 1:15 Central Time rather, we do have a flip watch for Bryson Cooley, which would be pretty big news, to be honest, right? So see you back at 10. I'm going to prep for my 10 a.m. show. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And I'll catch up with you guys at 10 a.m. Central Time, once again, right on this stream at Bama Football on YouTube. Enjoy signing day coverage as we continue, and I'll see you back at 10 a.m., and we'll take your calls at that hour. See ya. This has been a presentation of Bama Football on YouTube. Bama Football on YouTube is supported by... I'm just kidding. I'm stupid, I know. I'm seeing someone about it. All right. See you at 10. See ya. Family, welcome back. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Top of the hour news. How about this? This is like we've turned into a news station. So I appreciate you checking in at 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. And as you know, video is powered by our friends Sleeper. Download the app. It's very fun to play. Make more or less picks. Tomorrow, I'll give you some options in terms of how many yards Ty is going to throw for, how many yards Carson Beck Gunnar Stockton, rather, is going to throw for. Carson Beck's not throwing for any, right? Miami's already done with their season. Gunnar Stockton throwing against Alabama. And I think as we talk more about this game here at the 10 a.m. hour, when I field your calls, Gunnar Stockton versus Alabama's defense, I think, will be one of the biggest reasons Alabama wins this game. I promise you. But if you download Sleeper, you get a $100 deposit match up to $100. But the promo code is tailgate. If you use Sleeper, let me know inside the comment box. I do myself, and I also use it for fantasy football. So check them out. They support me, and I really appreciate you guys supporting them. To recap signing day, and we'll talk some signing day, college football playoffs. There is so much news to go over. It's amazing. And kind of to give you a snapshot of this recruiting class as it comes together, we're waiting for a couple more signees. There's been a couple different flips. We'll add underneath Owen Cabell that Javari Barnett has flipped from Alabama to Illinois. Those are some flips that we expected. I don't think anyone expected Owen Cabell to flip, but I mean, is that really a big loss? I don't necessarily think so. That's over here on the corner of your screen. But kind of to recap the day, you got Jordan Edmonds in, elite corner. You got Ryle Kelly coming in from Cincinnati. You got Bear Fretwell, Georgia. You got Corey Howard coming in, defensive line. Chris Booker, Jared Daughtry out of the state of Georgia. Zay Hall out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, linebacker that I really like. Ezavier Crowell, crown jewel of the class. Kamarion Johnson out of Muscle Shoals. Jet Thamala out of Nebraska. Zion Gibson out of Gadsden, Alabama. Malik Franklin out of Daphne, Alabama. You got Tatum Kawa out of Utah. Nolan Wilson comes in as a big-time defensive lineman. I'll showcase him later on today. Jamari Matthews has also signed Cederian Morgan. My goodness. Cederian Morgan is I think my favorite two prospects in this class. And not to say I'm always offense, but damn, man, Cederian Morgan is one hell of a pickup. You know what I'm saying? It's incredible. And Raphael's asking about Griffin. Why is he signing tomorrow? A lot of these guys might be having their signing day ceremony tomorrow. Like even Jet Thamala, who's officially signed. He officially signed today, but he's having his ceremony tomorrow. So he might be signing. His official paperwork might come in today, but his official ceremony is Thursday. So, and I know a lot of people asking about Xavier Griffin there at the bottom. He's 100%. He will sign. All right, so you guys, and I have some small highlights of Xavier Griffin. If you want to see, I'll show you. The guy's outstanding, and I know you're probably gotta get him in. He's going to sign. Don't have any anxiety about Xavier Griffin going anywhere else. I promise you. There's no indicator that he's gonna land up somewhere else. I promise you. He's rolling Tide. Okay, so that's where we stand so far. How do you feel on a scale of 1 to 10 about Alabama's class? It's a smaller class. That's fine. We'll start to look at some roster breakdowns and, kind of look to next year when it's that time to do. But, I like what we got coming in. And I think if you get at 1:15 p.m., you get Bryson Cooley. That would be 5 Alabama offensive linemen, right? That sign with the Tide. And, again, I will take your calls during this hour. That's 5 offensive linemen. But I still feel that you might need to see in the transfer portal about the tackle position. I really do. I want that tackle position, specifically at right tackle, to be buttoned up 1,000,000%. And the guys coming in, I'd have to assess them to see how they are, but I don't know if you get an instant impact player that's going to be ready to go at right tackle, left tackle once Caden Procton leaves, right? So those are things that kind of on my mind. But I think overall, you got your quarterbacks. You got 2 quarterbacks in. You got 1 running back. I talked about that at the 9 a.m. hour. So that's kind of where we stand from recruiting. Let's take a breather from recruiting, and let's rewind to yesterday, okay? So, but first, let me give a couple AM shout-outs today, as we usually do during our 10 a.m. segment, okay? Mike G out in Austin, or sometimes he's in L.A. Good good morning. And he says, Tank Jones has not signed with Oregon yet. Yeah, that would, if you want to break the internet, somehow get Tank Jones to flip to Bama, right? Jeriah Edwards, what's up? Arnett Anil, appreciate you being here. He is an absolute player, Jeriah Edwards, right, out of Baltimore. St. Francis High School, same high school as Chris Broswell, Shane Lee. Absolute ballers. And that was a big-time get, 100%. Sammy Dubs, what's up, man? Good to see you. Roll Tide Amp, thank you for checking in with us this morning right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We appreciate you. Conman 1978 saying Cederian Morgan's a beast. I know. And the crazy thing is, how the hell did Cederian Morgan get moved from a 5-star to a 4-star? That one was really shocking to me. Raphael, man, what's up, bro? Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I think you're talking about Tank Jones. Tank Jones, a 5-star out of Mobile, right, in L.A. Eventually, he picked Oregon over Bama. And that one was a tough loss. I think that he's a takeover type player. But, so Oregon's going to get theirs. And he's not signed so far. I haven't heard any indication that he's going to flip. I don't think he's going to. Was that a loss in the class? Guys go elsewhere. Nolan Wilson, I'm telling you, he's very good. Is he like second fiddle to? No, he's good. If you guys haven't seen Nolan Wilson, that means you guys haven't seen Nolan Wilson. And I'm not saying I think Tank's better than him, but don't be like, Nolan Wilson is a dog. I'm telling you. Dirty South, what's up, bro? I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you always being here. Austin Cortez, what's up, man? Thank you for kicking in with us. And then Josh Johnson, as always. And there's been a ton of you that have been inside the comment box, which I always appreciate. So thank you very much for supporting us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. As we start this 10 a.m. hour and this 10 a.m. segment, let's kind of take a little breather from signing day. And let's talk a little college football playoffs, okay? Playoffs? You know what that's from? I still want the sounding board to where I could just hit it and it just says it. Playoffs. Alabama, I had winners and losers. If you caught Wake Up Bama, I post that every morning at 4 a.m. Not going to lie, it's a little bit of a grind. It's okay. Alabama, I had them as a winner in the college football playoffs. And they jumped a spot ahead of Notre Dame. And I started thinking I was like, okay, number one, the committee did the right thing by doing that. But why did they do that? I'm asking you. I have my reasoning. Why do you think? And Hunter Yurachek, he kind of answered that a little bit. But you know what I think happened too? I think because Texas A&M lost, that hurt Notre Dame a little bit, right? Because Texas A&M, up to that point in time, until last Friday, was undefeated. So Notre Dame only losing by 1 point, it looked good. And then when A&M lost, that maybe hurt Notre Dame a little bit. But Hunter Yurachek, I think I have a quote from him right here. The debate between Alabama and Notre Dame has been one of the strongest in the past 2 years. Alabama went on the road and had a strong win in a rivalry game. There was enough to change a couple of the committee members, right? So at least they honored Alabama going on the road, playing in that challenging of an environment. Against it doesn't matter if Auburn is unranked, okay? Auburn, I'm telling you, Auburn would beat a lot of teams. I think, honestly, let me see. Is there there's no one on here that Auburn could beat. But I bet you they could beat one of the other conference champions. I bet you they could beat Tulane. I bet you they could beat North Texas. I think they could beat Virginia. I think they could beat Duke. You see what I'm saying? Going to Auburn is no easy task. That defense, and if their receivers could catch the football, who knows how good that football team would be, okay? They don't even have a coach. So I think the committee did the right thing, but also valued Alabama's strength of schedule, which was the right thing to do. And I'm curious to see going forward what's going to happen with Notre Dame after the conference championship games. And the thing that I still don't understand, and can you help me with this inside the comment box? Why is Notre Dame still above Miami? Because they have the same strength of schedule. Notre Dame is 0-1 against top 25 teams. Miami has a better record in that regard. And then they have the same record. So what is it? What else does it come down to? Head to head, right? I don't. That's the one that I don't understand. I think another winner in the bracket was Ole Miss. Did you all see this yesterday too? This came up. I went to bed early. The thing I thought was Ole Miss that, where are these guys going to be ranked? Where are these guys going to be, put inside the playoffs because of the coaching change? But did you see this last night? I'm talking Ole Miss. So Pete Golding, they were supposed to have press conferences, right? And Pete Golding decides that he's not going to have a press conference. And did you see that the soundbite was great? I don't have it here. But Pete Golding said this. He was like, look, I don't want any focus on myself. The focus needs to be on the team. And I was like, damn, what a big difference between this coach. Say what you want about Pete Golding. And I'm sure everybody knows Pete Golding stories. I mean, he was here. But I was like, damn, you got to like that mentality. It's completely different from the last coach where every single thing is about him. Pete Golding, the first thing he does is he's like, hey, the first thing for me is the team. I thought that was interesting. So Ole Miss 6, 11-1, they finished out. A&M in this scenario would host Notre Dame, which would be a rematch. In this matchup, you would also have Alabama taking on Oklahoma. How would you feel, fam, if Alabama this isn't going to work out because, let me hold on that. How would you feel if Alabama went on the road to play Oklahoma? How would you feel Alabama playing Oklahoma again? Would you have confidence, or do you think that Oklahoma beat Alabama again? The defense is good. The defense is going to be coming. And I don't know if round 2, if these teams were to play, if you have Mason Thomas playing. He didn't even play last game. That guy is one of the best edge players in the country for Oklahoma. And I was about to say that this won't work out because, depending on the results of Saturday, we'll see what happens with Alabama. But ESPN updated their playoff odds, and now they have Alabama with a very high percentage to make the playoffs. And to the way that I'm understanding it is it's win or lose, Bama makes it. And I kind of agree now that Bama's at 9. I don't think Alabama is going to be penalized for losing in the SEC championship game. I just don't. And I don't think there's only one way. And I think that would be if Georgia just beats the brakes off Alabama. I'm talking like 35-10, 42-10, something like that. But I think if, this game is relatively close and it'll be a 4-quarter game, I don't see either team really be penalized. I mean, I guess Georgia, where I have them, if Bama wins, is I have them at number 5, and I have Bama at number 2. And then in terms of the other conference champs, this is how crazy the college football playoffs are. It could be Tulane. It could be Virginia. It could be James Madison. Shoot. Hunter Yurachek also said that idle teams can move following conference championship games, meaning Miami and Notre Dame can move up or down on teams not playing in conference championship games. Last night I had a poll, and I was like, who do you think is this year's team that's going to sue the playoff committee? I think it's going to be Miami. I think Miami being left out of the playoffs is probably what happens. And Notre Dame, that beat them head-to-head, will get into the playoffs. Miami, that will be your next team. Isn't it wild? Teams from the ACC always suing? I would imagine that Miami's furious. I know Vanderbilt believes that they have a shot. They don't. There's no way Vanderbilt can jump Texas. Right? All right. Also, how busy is this week? You ever look at your calendar and you're just like, damn, man, I got so many things that are going on. This is the craziest time of year. Can you imagine? You know who's really busy? Think about the coaches who have taken new jobs and are still coaching for like championship games this weekend. For example, John Sumrall, right? The head football coach at Tulane. He's getting ready to play in the AAC championship game against North Texas. Okay? He's also the head football coach at Florida. So what does that mean? What is he doing today? Is like half of his day prepping and practice, and then the next half of his day like recruiting at Florida? Let's see what my boy Paul says inside the comment box. Paul says this. No, Kyle. Florida State has a stronger case. They lost a quarterback, got left out, and Ole Miss lost their coach and got left in. Yeah, he's talking about a couple years ago. It was kind of a similar scenario. And based off the college football principles, they do look at if your head coach left and if your quarterback, didn't play or whatever. So that's kind of what I was asking about. Would they be penalized if they didn't have Lane Kiffin? Wade's World's asking if Josh Cuevas is done for the year. Well, he's not playing this weekend. He didn't play, the last 3 games? Eastern Illinois, Auburn, Georgia. I saw what you guys saw as well, broken foot. How long, for our fam in the medical field, do we have anybody that, was a doctor? Maybe you stayed at a Holiday Inn. I don't know. What's the broken foot? How long are we out on a broken foot? What's like the norm? The foot, there's a lot of bones in the foot. There's just not one bone down there. Could be, it could be a lot of different things. What do you guys think? Josh Cuevas? Because if Alabama wins this game, they'd be playing on, December 20th? I think that'd be like the quarterfinal game. 6 weeks. 6 to 8 weeks. And you know what? That's 6 to 8 weeks for like me and you, okay? Who do some working out. You're talking about a world-class athlete with world-class facilities. Jeff Allen working on you. I'm saying 5 weeks. 8 weeks to be somewhat fully healthy. Broken foot is different from a stress fracture. We got Arch Wolf saying depends on the severity. So 6 to 8 weeks. Okay. And then Andy wants to know about Jam Miller. Still waiting on an update on Jam. I heard a positive update, and I heard a not so positive update. So I just wait for Coach Kalen DeBoer. Kalen DeBoer will talk to the media today at 4 p.m., but I don't think he's going to address Jam Miller today. He does have a press conference tomorrow, which is geared towards the SEC championship game. And then tonight for Jam Miller, the SEC student availability report will be out at 7 tonight, I think. So, not having Josh Cuevas is definitely impactful. Not having Jam Miller, if he can't play, will be impactful as well. And let me say this. Look, can I ask you? I've asked it a few times this week. Did Jam Miller look better than he had against Auburn? I would say yes. Now, you take him out, you can't play this week. I don't know. Daniel Hill needs to have a really big game. The immersions of AK Deer, he needs to come through. Because Kevin Riley, he's not playing. He has a broken jaw. So that's kind of where you stand from theoretically, Alabama could be without 2 starters. And then I've heard that Parker Brailsford isn't 100%. Like, he's out there just battling. Oh, these guys have played, 12 games? Is that NFL-type schedule? All right. So that's kind of the opening. I'm going to take your guys' calls. My confidence level on this game is really high. I've posted my reasons before, but I'm willing to have open dialogue with you. Here's the championship Saturday games taking place. But let's get some call in, into the show. 205-850-1994. Trending topics. You got National Signing Day. Look at this time of year. National Signing Day was today. The SEC title game on Saturday. College football playoffs. The weekend confidence level and coaching changes. All right, yeah, there's plenty to talk about. We take our first call. Let's do Javion down in Pensacola. Javion, what's up, man? Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Kyle. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Playoffs.
You talking about playoffs?
Playoffs. What's up, man? Welcome on in, man. Where you want to take it? Come with it. It's your show.
I'm tired of the bitching and complaining about Alabama getting over Notre Dame on my timeline on Twitter. I am sick of it. I haven't even arguing about how I've been driving, but I've been reading. People are bitching and complaining about Alabama getting over. Like, y'all schedule ain't even close to this. Like, y'all you don't even compare. My question for you, pal, about the transfer portal. I know you said I know we need tackles. We need tackles and D-linemen. I know we probably good on D-linemen, but I know we probably need something to back up D-linemen. Like, what other besides the tackles do you think we should go for in the portal?
Yeah, I'll answer on the other line, Javion, because I'm trying to run through a bunch of calls, man. Be safe on the road, and thanks for calling in, all right? All right, thanks, brother. That's Javion on the road. In terms of players that I think Alabama needs to go in the transfer portal, what do you guys think? I think that's a good question from Javion. He said, other than tackle, where does Alabama go to the transfer portal? That's pretty easy for me. I think I go inside linebacker, and I think I go kicker. Look, whatever you have to do to bring in a kicker. I don't care if we have to make some serious trades. I don't care if we have to move some serious NIL money around. We need a kicker. How can Oklahoma, how can Auburn, how can all these programs have better kickers? I'm dead serious. Right? Kicking, it shouldn't be your Achilles heel at a program like Alabama. So I say kicker, and I also say inside linebacker. So I think when you're looking at, inside linebacker, you're going to lose 3 veterans, right? Deontay Lawson, gone. Justin Jefferson, gone. Nakai Hill-Green, gone. I got confidence in the guys coming up, but if there's a stellar inside linebacker that's out there that is also a kicker, just kidding. You bring him in. And C-Dub just became an ultimate fan funder. Oh my goodness, man. That ultimate is strong as your avatar. Okay, we go back to the phone lines at 770. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're online with Kyle Henderson. Yeah, who am I online with and where are you calling in from?
This is me, Lucas, calling this from Georgia.
What's up, Lucas? Come with it, bro. Welcome to the show.
I want to tell you something about this game. I do have Bama losing. This be because why? I think Georgia will bring the heat on Ty Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
He has struggled, and Jim Miller is out. Josh Craver is out. We losing our sniper. He is going to be out for this game. He is not starting. And the kicker, and I'm not confident in Alabama against Georgia. I got Bama out of it. I got Bama out going to the playoffs.
So you feel that if Georgia, do you feel that just a loss, or do you feel that if Georgia wins by a certain amount of points, are you just saying a loss and they're out?
I would say if Georgia beats Alabama and Georgia's in and I got Bama out,
mm-hmm.
I'm not saying Bama's going to lose to Georgia. I'm just saying if we lose to Georgia, if I was the football community, how can you penalize if Oklahoma wins and Alabama loses to Georgia? How can you penalize Oklahoma and Oklahoma just beat Alabama?
Mm-hmm.
How can you do that?
Mm-hmm.
How? You can. I got Bama out. Just regardless, just what happens. So Bama's out just for me.
Let me ask you a question before I move to my next caller, and I appreciate you calling in and sharing your feedback. How do you feel about Gunnar Stockton going up against Alabama's defense? Because that's an area where I'm living at, right? I have like full confidence in Alabama's defense. How do you feel about that matchup?
Well, Gunnar Stockton has been struggling. Kirby has spoke about that.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't looked the greatest. And the running game has struggled for Georgia. Kirby has mentioned on that. Mm-hmm. And Georgia's passing the wide receivers for Georgia has been struggling. Georgia's offense has been struggling. Georgia's offense is ranked last in the country on offense. Georgia's defense is last in the country on defense. But I do think Bama, I do got faith in Kirby Smart. He will have the Georgia team ready against Alabama. So I will pick Georgia over Bama.
Give us a final score before we move to our next caller, just so we could have receipts of it. What's your final score prediction?
I will have Bama 30 and Georgia 60.
Okay, all right.
That's why
Okay, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate you calling in, bro. All right, we go back to 60 to 30. Write it down. Write the score down. 60 to 30. All right, I think we got Timothy. Timothy, what's up? Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Where are you on the road? Where you at, bro? Javion's on the road.
I'm in Texas.
Where at? Texas, man. Don't give us your GPS, but Texas, a big state.
I'm out here by Dallas.
Okay, all right. I thought you were going to Amarillo, man. We're about to sing some Amarillo by Morning. Amarillo by Morning. Yeah. By San Antonio. All right. Timothy's coming to us from outside of Dallas, the Metroplex. Come with it, bro.
Yes, sir. I was watching those rankings last night, and right before Alabama and Notre Dame, they switched. I looked at Texas and Vandy, and I'm like, okay, there's going to be some movement if Texas is in front of Vandy. And then I saw Notre Dame 10. Right then and there, my heart was relieved because I don't know about that last caller. I feel like Alabama's in regardless. If they get blown out 30 to 10, that's a different story. I still think they're kind of still in. But then not to mention, you're telling the rest of the country that championship games don't matter, so that they're going to avoid championship games because they would be getting penalized for it. It's just like SMU and Clemson last year. I do, however, think Alabama will beat Georgia. I predict the same exact score, 24-21, and I predict a late touchdown on a third and goal touchdown from Todd Simpson. And again, for us to win the game 24-21, because we're Georgia's daddy. We own them. Mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, everything. We own them. I believe since Alabama does not want to leave it in the hands of the committee, they're going to come out with a grittiness, a toughness that we haven't seen this past season so far. And on Jim Miller, I believe Jim Miller played the second best game he's played. The first best game was against Vandy when he had 115, 120 yards. But I do believe that Daniel Hill could do good for us. He's like a baby Derrick Henry. But I do believe Alabama will beat Georgia 24-21 the exact same way. It's just we're Georgia's kryptonite. But if we lose, we will go back to Norman to avenge our loss to Oklahoma.
Love it, man. All right, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. Be safe on the road, man.
I appreciate it.
All right, that was Timothy with the call. Same score as last time, but Lucas has it 60 to 30. But as Timothy said, who's your daddy, right? Who's your daddy? Who's your baby? Who's your buddy? And who's your friend? And who's the one guy that you come running to when you need that BTA? Bama's got the quarterback that you. Oh, yo, we got K's in the super chat. Oh, my goodness. Damn, with the 50 spot. Now we're cooking. No time to call in today. Thanks for all the great coverage, regardless of recruiting. Bama's defense will win the SEC championship. Roll Tide, everyone. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, Case. Case calling in from the 813, man. With the 813 calls in, you know it's going to be a good call, man. So I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. You guys like that? Who's your... Yo, that was a good song. Where my Toby Keith fans at, right? And who's the one guy? Yo, he had some bangers, huh? All right, let's go 865. Yo, is this my boy,
Hello?
Angel?
Yeah.
Angel, what's up, Doc? How was your birthday, man?
It was good, man. It was great. Well, my wish is to beat Georgia and win the national championship. So,
Ooh.
and I feel like they can do that. They just got to put it together.
Tell us about
And,
wait. Tell us about the birthday, dog.
Well, we went out to eat and all that, and I had Krispy Kreme donuts. You know, replaced the cake this year. I don't feel like making cake, so got that out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
All that. It's people to see me dress up in my gear or whatever for this weekend. All these Georgia fans barking and no bite.
All right, let's talk some SEC title game, man. Break it down for us. What do you think is going to go down this weekend?
Honestly, I think the defense is going to be the key factor to this game. First and foremost, that's who Bama's identity is right now on defense. I think Bama's got the better defense right now in Georgia. And also on offense, the weapons. Gunnar Stockton for Georgia. He's about average. Not disrespect to him. It's just, you know, he's not really like a level of like a Ty Simpson or, you know, Fernando Mendoza and all that. Like, he's average. He's like Stetson Bennett average. And I know it wasn't Stetson Bennett that won the titles. It was his other playmakers. So I tell that to Georgia fans every time. Y'all had talent around, you know, Stetson Bennett, so that's why they won that. But honestly, I think Bama wins this game regardless if we win or lose. And I think we're in the playoffs, win or lose. So both scenarios, I have Bama, you know, in the playoffs no matter what. Because we saw last year happen at SMU, and the other teams ahead of Alabama and behind don't have the resume, and you just can't deny that. Like, you can't deny the 4 top 25 wins, especially that one against Georgia at night in Athens, which was difficult. And I think Bama is just playing right now the best football right now towards the end of the season, like in the Iron Bowl. Like, I saw some flashes of the offense where it needed to be, and also the defense is going to have the standout point to where we get to the playoffs. Like, that defense, you can't. That's a championship level defense right there. Like, they're capable of doing that. It's just, you know, other teams, like, they don't want to play Alabama because, let's face it, history repeats itself. Wouldn't you agree with that? I think Georgia is more pressure on them than Bama because Georgia, you know, has a stigma of being, 1-7 against Alabama? Kirby Smart, right? That sounds about right. But Georgia, right? I think it does because, you know, that's the one thing they can't beat is Alabama. Like, it's not a Nick Saban problem.
Yeah, 10 and 11, 10 out of 11 have gone to Bama, you know, in those last 11 games, which is just crazy number to me. But I appreciate you calling in, Angel. I hope you had a good birthday, man.
Roll Tide, man.
Yeah, roll Tide to you, bro.
Hope we get the W this weekend.
Absolutely, man. All right, take it easy. Angel calling in from Pigeon Forge. Had a birthday recently. 919, let's do it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Yeah, who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey. This is G. I'm calling in from Tampa, Florida.
All right, did you say G?
Yes, sir.
All right,
G.
Yeah, what's up, G? Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Welcome in from Tampa. You know, I love Tampa. Anytime anyone calls from Tampa or St. Pete's, man, I get excited. I love it down there. I love the weather. Man, all the spots, man. One time I went to it was crazy. I went to St. Pete's and I went to the Don Cesar one time just for like a vacation. Man, it was nice, man. I love it down there, man. That sun, the golf, it's all good, man. All right, G, come with it, bro. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, man? I just wanted to say this, man. I'm so sick of people like not understanding college football in today's era. We live in an era where it's about NIL money. So these other schools like Oklahoma, Texas, these other schools, they're getting top recruits as well. So it pisses me off when we go play Auburn and we beat them by 7. That's a tough game. It's a rivalry game.
Yeah.
But even when you look at when Georgia played Auburn earlier in the season, they only beat Auburn by 10. It was a close game.
Yep.
So other schools have other players as well. So people have to get out that mindset of Alabama is just going to dominate every other team when it's going to be close games because they have great players as well on the other side. And I think people have to understand that this is not the era where, the BCS era where, it's only 4 teams that get into the playoffs. And if you lose one game, you might not get in. This is not that era anymore.
100%.
So people have to understand that as well as with the transfer portal, because I used to play college football, as well as the transfer portal. If you transferred to another school back in the day, you had to sit out a year. And then you were eligible to play the next year. Now you can just transfer and play right away. So it's not the same era. And it's other schools that's good as well. And that's why I say any school can lose on any given Saturday, especially if you don't prepare well throughout the week. And we've seen that in the SEC. Alabama beat Georgia. Georgia beat Texas. Texas beat Oklahoma. Alabama lost to Oklahoma. Like, people have to understand, like, this is a difficult time in college football. And to be a good team, you have to be consistent and you have to prepare well every week to go out to battle. I don't care if it's Florida State. I don't care if it's SMU. It doesn't matter what team it is. If you go out there and you ain't prepared well during the week, you will lose. And that's
you're absolutely cooking, man. And I've been trying this entire season. One of my goals is to kind of bring more fans into that same mindset, because here at Alabama specifically, there was a long reign where Alabama was 2-3 touchdowns better than pretty much everybody they played up until they got to like the championship game or whatever. That's not the case anymore. A win over anybody in the SEC is a quality win. This is NFL light. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, if you know football, G, that Auburn team, I'm not trying to gas up Auburn. That's a good football team. There's just a couple different pieces going on. Man, that team could have won 8 games. I'm telling you. So when I tie it back to Alabama, you look to the fact that Alabama won 10 games in this type of climate, in this competition. Man, I'm telling you, savor the wins, because it is hard to go 7-1 in SEC play. I mean, the people think like LSU, they got to wake up. Brian Kelly won 75% of his games, or 74, whatever. And things were kind of weird with him, but I don't think that he just goes to LSU and like instantly is like 11-1. It's hard. This is NFL light. I'm gonna tell you what, if you watch the NFL, you're gonna take L's, and that loss is not going to define your season. Okay. I follow the 49ers. We got punched on the chin by Houston Texans, a good football team, but that's how it goes. So savor the wins. But I appreciate the call, man. You're absolutely cooking, man. Thanks for calling in, man. Enjoy Tampa.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. You can go to the last time I was in Tampa, it was crazy. I don't know why this happened to me, but I guess it was kind of the area that I was staying. I don't know, but I ended up having the best Cubano. And I had how did I end up like in a little Cuban village? I'm telling you, it was I'll always remember I had a little like Cuban coffee and some Cubano. Why was I? Oh, I was down there to watch South Florida and Bama. Remember that crazy ass game? Man. All right, 480. Hey, thanks for calling. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with? Yeah. Who am I on the line with? Where are you calling in from?
C-Dub, man. C-Dub, Roll Tide.
What's up, C-Dub? I appreciate you being here, man. Come with it. Where are you calling out of?
Absolutely. I'm calling out of AZ.
Okay. All right,
right
man.
outside of Phoenix.
All right, man. Ooh, what? Yeah, I love me some West Coast, man. I'm from New Mexico, Santa Fe. That's my hometown. So
I just drove through there a week ago, going to training in Colorado. So
yeah,
nice area. I mean, I wouldn't. It's cool.
Yeah, but it's not your cup of tea. It's all good. CW, come with it, man. Welcome to the show.
No, absolutely. No, it took me a while to get here, but I'm here. So, man, we already know what it is. The last two callers said what it is. You know, it's our defense that's going to carry us this week.
100%.
We kind of been struggling offensively. We got some injuries here and there. But the reality of the situation is we're going to win or lose with that defense. I mean, it's all even. It's all fair. Everybody got talent. We already know that with the SEC. You put Notre Dame in the SEC, they lose 4 games with the schedule we just played. So, 7-1 speaks for itself. We already know what Kalen DeBoer going to do. We're going to have our boys ready. Georgia only has 1 victory because we lost 2 wide receivers. That's what people forget.
Yep.
It's because we lost Mechie and Williams. If them are in the game,
yep.
It's not even a close game.
Yep.
But it is what it is. We're here now. We're going to come. We're going to go ahead and do what we do, and we're going to kick their teeth in.
Yep. Yeah, and look, same thing with me, bro. This defense, I'm telling you, man, this is not being arrogant. I just feel so confident in that Alabama defense. When they're playing fast, Keon Sapp played his best game. Xavier Brown looked like one of the best cover corners in the entire country. Gunnar Stockton, he's played better in the back end, but he's not dynamic enough. And I'm just telling you honestly, he's not dynamic enough to beat Alabama. I'll be shocked if he comes out and he absolutely just cooks all over. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, on the flip side, Ty has to come with it, man. He's got to come with it. He's got to be more than clutch. They got to be very good on third downs. They got to be really smart if they do have some momentum, not to lose the momentum by doing something foolish. Offense is cooking, and then all of a sudden you have Jeriah Bernard at quarterback and Caden Proctor at wide receiver. It's the weirdest thing sometimes that happens to this offense. You'll be like, all right, here we go. We're rolling. Jam is cooking. It's third and it's 2nd and 6, and Caden Proctor's at quarterback. You're like, what? What the hell's going on? Am I right? It's the weirdest thing, bro. It'd be
absolutely. Grubb, I think sometimes is too good for his own good. He's like old Kiffin, old Sarkisian, like amazing, genius. But sometimes, hey man, don't get out of your own way. Just do some basic. Just run the ball, get us a quick pass, get it out of Ty Simpson's hand.
Yep.
Let's not do all the trick plays. We know we have the talent to do that, but it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
It kills momentum.
Yes.
And then the only thing that scares me, if it's a close game and we need a kick.
Yeah.
I'm scarred. I'm scarred all season. It's one of them situations. Look, man, I support Alabama through and through. He's on our team.
Yeah.
I'm going to ride for our team. But I'm scared if we lose. You have a couple of them plays that you're talking about where we lose momentum, and it comes down to making field goals because Georgia has enough talent to stay in the game. I don't think Gunnar Stockton can beat us. I don't think there's a quarterback right now in the nation, not one. I don't care how good they is. They could beat our defense by themselves. We're going to shoot ourselves in the foot and allow them to stay in the game. But heads up, we playing it on all cylinders. There's not a team in the country other than maybe Ohio State.
Yeah.
I want to see this Ohio State-Indiana game. But other than Ohio State, that I would say man for man, playing all cylinders, and it sucks because it's Julian saying, that's the only team that I would say, if everything is rolling, play calling is on point, our kicker makes the field goals that he's called to make, nobody's messing with us. That defense is elite at this point, elite. It's reminiscent, not up to, but reminiscent of some of our old defenses with the greatest of all time.
Yep. All right, C-Dub, I appreciate you calling in, man. Be safe on the road. Thanks for calling from Arizona, man.
Peace and blessings.
Yep, you too, man. All right, 469. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Q, Kyle. What's up?
What's up, Q? Q calling to us from Texas, man. I appreciate you, Q. Hope you're off to a really good Wednesday, man. Come with it, man. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. So, hey, listen, all the Alabama goddamn Roll Tide fans, chill out. Kyle, tell them to please chill out.
I try.
Listen, man. Georgia is going to make the playoffs whether they lose or not, whether they win or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Kirby Smart, he's not going to have his guys going all out for this game and risking injury. This game is way more important to Alabama than it is to Georgia. And listen, as long as the game is close, Alabama still can lose. They're going to get in there.
Mm.
As long as they don't get blew out. And Cal, I'm going to ask you a question. Is Alabama going to get blew out?
No.
I answer it for you. No, they're not.
No. No.
They're not going to get blew out. So they're going to make the playoffs regardless.
Yeah. Yep.
You can't, they're not going to punish the school for making it to a conference championship and losing in the conference championship, and then you have teams that don't have players in the conference still in there. So my thing is, Cal, why don't the committee just come out and say, hey, look, this is how it is. We got to please the networks and we got to please the sponsors, okay? So that's why we got Notre Dame in there. So listen, if Georgia lose, you don't think Georgia mind going down there playing a Tulane or a freaking James Madison? That'd be a bye week.
Yep.
If Alabama loses, right?
Yep.
They drop down, stay where they at, or go to 10 or whatever. They're going to play James Madison or Tulane. I'll be happy with that. Don't blow them out. Put some of your backups in. Get them some reps. Get your injured players time to rest.
And let me ask you this, Q, okay? And this for everybody inside the com box. They'll have you back if you can't get it, but I know you will. What happened the last time that Georgia and Texas played in the SEC championship last year? Who got hurt?
Quinn was there, I believe.
Wasn't it didn't Georgia's quarterback get hurt?
Did he get hurt?
I think so. So my point is, So my point is like, and by the way, Sam Utu signed with SMU. Yeah, he decommitted from Alabama a couple weeks ago. So yeah, good for him going to SMU. But yeah, so I think what you're saying, what my point is, Kirby Smart has been in this situation before, right? He went to the SEC title game, and you saw what happened to him. And no one asked him that. And he has a press conference tomorrow, and he's not. Look, Georgia's not playing to lose, right? But at the same point, it's like, think about for each of these teams, and that's why I'm asking, and maybe something that we should talk about in the future is, I feel that playing in this SEC championship game, I predict in the future they might do away with these. I mean, it's another hurdle for these guys to climb. For what? They're both playoff teams. Are they both playoff teams?
Yes, they are. So, Kyle, let me ask you a question. How's it benefiting each team? It's not.
It's not.
It's not benefiting no one. It's not.
They might as well. You know what? You know what would be more interesting, other than conference championship games? It's kind of like some play-in games, some playoff play-in games. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
So now we have Vanderbilt. They're playing James Madison. The group of five. How about this? The group of five has to play the best at large, and those teams get in during championship weekend. So group of five, James Madison. You're playing Vanderbilt. Okay, and then we have Tulane, and you're playing Miami. Okay, that's your playoff play-in game to go in. You see what I'm saying? That makes way more sense than having these two teams who are already clearly playoff teams have to play another game where they could risk getting hurt to play in the playoff game. It's stupid to me. All right, Q, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for calling in, bro.
Oh, okay.
All right, man. See you, bro. Call in again next time, man.
All right.
All right. 334, let's do it. All right, man. Thanks for calling in. You're online with Kyle Henderson. Who am I online with and where are you calling in from?
It's Hunter from Hartford, Alabama. What's up, man?
What's up, bro? Good to hear from you, man. It's been a long time. Welcome to the show. Come with it.
Yeah, man. So I think Alabama's in regardless. I think we seen that last night when, they put us at number 9 instead of 10. I think if they put us at number 10, then if we lost, we'd be out. Mm-hmm. But I think they were kind of just showing their hand last night that, we're going to be in, regardless of how this game ends up. But honestly, part of me feels like that we're not going to win this game, and part of me feels like we are. I mean, it's hard to beat, Georgia 2 times in the season.
Yep.
And but the good thing is the last caller brought something that I think plays a factor too. Kirby's not going to want to risk any of his players getting hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're in regardless, how much do they really? What do they? It depends on what they care more about. Do they more care about winning a SEC championship, or do they care about getting as far as they can in the playoffs?
Well, I think they have to ask themselves too, and that's a good point. Is like, because Georgia's in, period. They're a lock, right? So I think they're playing for a bye, and how important is that bye to them? Or if they lose, they get a home field game, right? Which is more money for the city of Athens, right? They get an extra home game. It's going to be interesting because Georgia, how much do they need? I don't know. That's an interesting question for Kirby. Continue though, man. I like where you're going with it. Continue.
Yeah. So I mean that's what my thing is but I think the key to this game, if we can force turnovers for Georgia, we're going to win. I think if we can win the turnover battle, we win this game.
Mm-hmm.
And our defense is better than theirs. But the question is our defense is our offense better than our defense? And that's the real question. That's the real question in this game.
What are you looking for to see from Ty Simpson?
I want to see him when he steps up in the pocket and there's nobody to throw to, run the damn ball. I mean, I get so frustrated seeing him step up in the pocket, and then we need a couple yards to get a first down, and him just trying to throw it anyway, but he could run right down the middle.
Mm-hmm.
That frustrates me so bad. And, if it was Tua last year we got frustrated with Jalen running it too much. Mm-hmm. Now this year I'm frustrated that Ty Simpson's not running it enough.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I get frustrated about. And, when we need a first down, we need a couple yards of that middle splits open. Just run it a couple yards and slide if you have to. That's where I get a little frustrated. But that's what I want to see. I want to see more awareness in the pocket to step up when you need to. And, another thing I want to touch on here a little bit since it's signing day. I follow recruiting very closely, and I like this class. I think that, us losing Sam Musu is not that big of a deal. I don't think the coaching staff was very, I think they would have loved to have it, but I think it wasn't one of these things where they just had to have it. And I think there might be some other moves today that we were not anticipating could happen. Some players that we're not really, privy to right now as potential, to flip to Alabama. But and I think they know that they can go to the transfer portal and get guys. I mean, that we need to fill certain positions. So I don't think we're gonna have. I think it's going to be a good signing day. We might lose a couple players, but overall, I think the staff has done a great job of addressing our needs.
Yeah, and kind of hitting on that signing day class is, you're talking about needs and who's going to leave and all this sort of stuff. Is I love the running back coming in, Ezavier Crowell. I think he's one of the crown jewels of that class. He talked about kind of the running backs leaving and the running backs coming in, but also like Cederian Morgan, getting him absolutely fantastic on the defensive side. You will get Xavier. I'm doing my call-in show, but we're waiting for Xavier Griffin to officially sign. He'll be interesting to see develop. Jeriah Edwards, we're really excited about him. And then we're watching at 1:15 for Bryson Cooley, who's been predicted to flip from LSU to Bama. Anything else, man? Make a final point, man, before I move to my next caller.
Yeah. I just think we're in regardless, and we just gotta play this game to. Obviously want to go out here and win. I mean, obviously you're not going to lose, but we just got to go out there and present so many problems for Georgia that they kind of force turnovers. So I think that's the key, is forcing turnovers, and I think we can do that. I think we've showed that at times this year that we can. And maybe and another thing with this team that we've always seen this year is when they're playing teams that are expected to be as good as us or better, we rise to the occasion.
Yep.
And we seem to lose under Kalen DeBoer games that we shouldn't lose. Teams that we shouldn't lose to. And think about it. We went on the road this year and won some pretty tough road games. Despite the Florida State loss. So I think we get out here and I'm gonna take Alabama plus the points and say that Alabama. I think Alabama wins by 7. I think at the game. The score will be by a touchdown or a field goal, but I'm going to say the final score is going to be 35-28.
35-28. Okay, man. I appreciate you calling, man. Good to hear from you. Hope you guys had a good Thanksgiving, and we'll catch up with you next show.
All right, man. Thank you. Appreciate
it. Take it easy. All right. I love this comment on the screen that I have here. The clock always seems to go to 0 before. I was talking about this. I've been talking about this week and recently. It seems like Ty waits till there's 1 second on the clock, and he's like frantically calling out stuff. That seems to be progressing kind of more and more, just kind of something that's on my mind. And Hacker Music says, does anybody know if the SEC is likely to stay at 85 or go to 105? Haven't been able to find that answer out. Yeah, that's that roster question. So there's kind of some timing. I'm curious to see myself if there's been any definitive answer on that. Good point out. All right, we'll take our 678 right now. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're on the line with. Yeah, who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Dontario from Riverdale, Georgia. Been a long time, Kyle. How you doing?
What's up, man? I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much for giving me some opportunity today to talk to you. It's signing day. Man, isn't it crazy how everything got smashed into 1 week? It's like there's other weeks in the year, but here we are talking signing day. It's crazy, man. I mean, look, I'm not complaining.
Yeah,
work is good, but man. This is
it's just something to keep my workday going. Just listening to the news, and I'm just excited for the future. That's going to be signing with Alabama. I'm super excited, super pumped about that. And like you were saying, there's a whole bunch of news. We got the game on Saturday, round 2 versus Georgia. Just wanted to give my takes on the game. I know that some people are saying that we're in regardless of the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not of that mindset. I'm going into this game as if we lose, we're out. And I feel like that's the same mindset that the players have as well. And I seen a quote from Tim Keenan and Deontay Lawson on last night. They're saying that they don't want to put their fates in the committee's hands. And I'm the same way. I do not want our fates in the committee's hands because, truth be told, if we would have handled business versus Florida State and Oklahoma, we would not be talking about the committee. We would not be talking about rankings. We would not be talking about, even if we lose in a close game, we won't be in this position right now, but we are where we are. And our destiny is still in front of us. Everything that we want is in front of us. It's still in front of us. We just got to go out there and seize it. So for the game on Saturday, I'm not nervous at all. Our defense has been picking it up. They picked it up week after week. I've thoroughly enjoyed what I've been seeing from this defense. I know that some fans have called for Kane Womack's job earlier in the season.
Yeah.
But he has answered the bell time and time again.
Yep.
I am very pleased of what him and the defense has been doing.
Yep.
I also am pleased for the decision that he made for taking the money Jackson out the starting lineup and putting in Dejon Lee. I feel like that was a very fantastic decision by him, a very game-changing decision, season-changing decision, if you want to say that. Our offense, and then, the previous callers have already said it best. Ty Simpson, I don't need him to throw for 300, 400 yards on Saturday. I don't think he'll have to do that versus Georgia. I just want him to, one, stop overthinking everything. Take whatever the defense gives you. I've said that time and time again this whole season. Ty, just take what the defense gives you. Do not try to win the game on your own. We have the athletes. We have the weapons to go out there to win the game. All we need you to do is be Matt Jones-esque. We need you to be Tua-esque. And I'm not saying that he has to go to their level. What I'm saying is that the same force, the same confidence, the same moxie that they had to throw the football and to make timely throws. He needs to do the same thing. And if nobody's open, if you see a bunch of green in front of you, run. You are a dual threat quarterback. I believe he was the number 1, number 2 dual threat quarterback in the nation when we got him. He can use his legs. Use your legs. Get out there and run a little bit. Throw the defense something they've never seen before. So
and that's kind of that's kind of been something that has stood out to me too. Because let me ask you, yes or no, is Ty Simpson a dual threat quarterback? Hell yeah, he is. He's a dual threat quarterback.
Yes.
But the thing that's been kind of like really perplexing to me is that he really hasn't utilized his legs, and maybe he's kind of saving that, for the back end, or I don't know what it is. But, I'd like to see a little bit more of that. And I also think I'd like to see a little bit more RPO with some crossing patterns, because that's an area that I think you could be really impactful at. All right, man, make one more point before I move to my next caller.
Okay, the point is that, like I was saying before, the mentality that the fans and the players need to have is that we win, we in, we lose, we're out. But I do expect for us to win this game and get into the college football playoff. I have no worries about that. So, like I said, I'm expecting a big game from Tyno, especially expecting to get a big game for Ryan Williams as well. I know he didn't have any targets versus Auburn, but for what I've been hearing, everything is good with him. He's got a great mindset, so expect the game from Hollywood on Saturday. Expect the big game.
Love it, man. Thanks for calling in, bro. Good to hear from you, man. All right, good call from GA, and we got 615. Hey, thanks for calling in.
Kyle, what's up?
Yeah, you're on the line with Kyle. Who am I calling in? Who's on the line, and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, Kyle, I'm Ladarius. I'm calling in from Nashville, Tennessee.
What's up, Ladarius? I appreciate you, bro.
All the time.
Yeah, thank you, man.
I watch all the time, and saw your itinerary today, and thought I'd give it a try here and call in and kind of give my opinion on a few things. Love a lot of what I'm hearing, minus the fact that people think Kirby won't have his team ready to play against us on Saturday. I saw a press conference from Kirby yesterday where he prefaced that, it baffles him that people don't take the SEC championship serious, right? Because he grew up, he played in the SEC, and he remember when people valued that game. So I definitely believe he'll have his squad ready to play. Obviously, we're going to come ready to play. We have to win. I don't like the idea of, hey, since we're at 9, we're going to, be in regardless. I think we got to come in and make a statement. If you all remember when we played them back in September, they had 227 rushing yards. And so while Kirby is very smart, he's not going to say it publicly, but internally I know he knows that Gunnar Stockton is, a mistake away from costing them a big game. And so I believe they're going to play behind their defense and their run game. And I would say if we can stop Owens, that running back that really gave us a hard time, we couldn't get him on the ground really in that first game. They just turned the ball over, and obviously we capitalized. If we stop Owens, I think we win. We left a lot of points on the field. If you remember, we had the big drop from Ryan. I think if we get past those mistakes, we win. I'm taking the Tide 31-17. And just pivoting over, I want to give you my 3 favorite signees today. I like Jeriah Edwards. He's my favorite. After him, I like Crowell. I know you love him. I see you talk about him all the time. And then Cederian Morgan. I think he's underrated, man.
Yeah, there was also some news out in Nashville yesterday with Jared Curtis, right? The nation's #1 quarterback, flipping from Georgia to Vanderbilt. So I posted this news on the Facebook channel, and people were like, fake news. Yo, Diego said Vanderbilt has NIL. And, I mean, the guy is from Nashville. I mean, you got to think he got a lucrative deal. So that was kind of some, some news that circulated across the nation. And also, you got to think last year, Georgia lost their quarterback as well, right? Dylan Raiola now playing at Nebraska. So 2 consecutive years, they've had a 5-star that has transferred somewhere else. And I think in my mind, that is something that has plagued Georgia over the last whatever years, is not having a truly elite quarterback. You put an elite quarterback over there, Georgia's obviously very, very dangerous. But right now, as I've been saying, I think Alabama will be able to take care of Gunnar. Hey, bro, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for calling up from the 615, man. Call in again next time, man. Don't be afraid to call in.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. How you doing, man? Roll Tide.
Yeah, you too, man. Roll Tide, too. All right, 706. Let's do it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
My name is Chad Campbell. I'm calling in from Summerville, Georgia.
Hey, Chad, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in from Georgia. Come with it, man. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I got a couple of things. I believe, talking about the Georgia-Alabama game this weekend, to me, the main difference in the game is going to be back then, Georgia had no idea we couldn't run the football. Now, they do. So they're going to be able to defend us a whole lot better than they did the last time. Excuse me. And my other comment was on the playoffs. I feel like the way the rankings come out, they're pretty much saying Notre Dame's not going to make it. Because to me, if BYU wins, they get in, and that pushes Notre Dame out.
Yep.
If BYU loses, that drops them one and puts Miami and Notre Dame side by side. Then the head-to-head's going to count, and Notre Dame's out.
Yep.
I don't know how you feel about it, but just something to talk about. I appreciate you letting me talk.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think one of the things I'm wondering about with the playoffs is because Notre Dame has been ranked over Miami like since they started doing this, right? And then it would be so crushing to Notre Dame at the end of the season if all of a sudden they jump Miami in. But like you said, I think the team to watch is BYU. And I was scared of BYU jumping Alabama when they had Alabama at 10. But now I think BYU would probably leapfrog into the playoffs. But I think they do have to beat Texas Tech, which I think will be a tall order. I think they're like, minus 11.5 or something like that. So I think Notre Dame should be nervous. They're definitely on the bubble. And I think when you compare head-to-head, you should take Miami, being that they did beat them. I don't want to, pull from Miami or anything, but I'm about justice. And the two teams literally settled it on the field, and they have the same exact record. Anything else, man? You want to make another point, Chad? Go ahead, man. I think Chad bounced. It was kind of just like that was it. Yeah, okay. All good. Thanks for calling in, Chad. We love you, bro. Call in again next time. 276. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Welcome to the show. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hold on. I'll come right back. Hello?
Yeah, you're welcome. Where are you coming back from, man?
This is Jim from Virginia. I've called you a couple of times.
Jim, what's up, brother? How's it going?
Well, I just doing good. I think the committee just trying to cover their, rear. In the event that Duke wins, I graduated from Virginia, also went to Alabama, so Alabama fan. But in the event that Duke beats Virginia and the ACC has nobody in, I think that's when they move BYU out between Notre Dame and Miami, and then they'll put Miami in, so the ACC's got a contestant. Do you think that's a possibility? Yeah, I think they think way ahead. I think they moved Notre Dame behind Alabama because they don't want to leave the SEC championship players out of the playoff. But I think they also are scared of Duke winning, and they're going to have a way to get Miami in.
Yeah, even looking at that line between Duke and Virginia, it's tight. It's like 2.5 or something like that. So I guess they're anticipating a tight game in the ACC championship game. The committee, their obligation is to take the 5 highest conference champs, regardless of conference. So you have it's so ridiculous. We're watching games like Tulane versus North Texas. That has playoff implications. So does James Madison in Troy in the Sun Belt. And then I think the chaos scenario is what happens if Duke wins? Like you're saying, what are they going to do? Look, I don't know, but I think it is a travesty that a real playoff team like Vanderbilt is on the outside. That's a very, very good football team, better than any of the teams that we were just talking about. Right? Vanderbilt would win the ACC running away 1,000,000% this year. So I don't know. Do they leave I think the only scenario where they leave out an ACC team is I guess they leave out an at-large Miami and Duke wins the ACC. But maybe it'll be easier if Virginia just wins that game. And then you have a team from the ACC, and then, I don't know, maybe Tulane wins, and those are your 5 conference champions. I don't know. Anything else, Jim?
Well, the other thing, they moved Ole Miss ahead of Texas A&M, which makes a big difference because that slot that Ole Miss is in, they would probably play Virginia or one of the conference champions from the smaller league, where A&M is going to have to play Notre Dame, Alabama, or someone like that. So it's I think that was a big move. Do you think they put Ole Miss there out of sympathy, or they're trying to make a statement they're not going to penalize Ole Miss? I would think Texas A&M's strength of schedule is better than Ole Miss's. But Ole Miss had a couple of big games like beating Oklahoma.
I think if you run the numbers, if you got really weird about it and you looked into the numbers, I think Ole Miss has a better opponent strength of schedule compared to that of A&M. So maybe since they have the same record, they went off opponent strength of schedule, where I think Ole Miss has them beat. That might have been the determining factor. Now, I was like you. I was like, are these guys going to get penalized if, because they don't have their coach? I don't think that's been a factor at all. So I guess I was wrong there. But, I think that's how they decided to put Ole Miss there. Now, Oregon, that's another team. I don't think that they played the toughest schedule, but they got rewarded for, 11-1 season is great. But overall, if you kind of lift up the hood, I don't think they have that many quality wins, to be honest, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, it's just interesting. I kind of wonder if the committees, they've found fault in how they've done it so far, so they're trying to cover themselves.
Yeah, I think so too. The system is so broken.
Trying to minimize the damage. Yeah.
You know what? It's gonna be a lot less dramatic when they just throw it into ChatGPT and they're like, here's all the stuff, and that's it, and talk to the computer, and then we can ask the ChatGPT to talk to us, right? And they have an AI version of Hunter Yurachek. It'll be Hunter Robotcheck, right? The Robo Playoff Committee, and we'll ask him questions. The times are weird, man. All right, appreciate the call from Virginia, man. Thanks for calling in.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
You imagine, you know what I'm saying, in the future? I'm serious. They have a fake AI person, and that's the determining, this year's robot committee chair is blah, blah, blah. And he punched the numbers in, and here are the robot numbers. Man, be careful what you wish for. It reminds me, I feel like we're almost at that time with Terminator 2. Yeah, y'all seen this? Remember Rise of the Machines? Here we are. Who's John Connor? Right? Sound off inside the comment box. Next up, we have, we have Chris from New Jersey. Hey, Chris, what's up, man? How you doing, bro? Thanks for calling in. I was wondering about you.
Yeah, I know this.
You've seen Terminator 2, right, Chris?
Oh yeah. I by the way, Kyle, I'm not embarrassed to say this, but I'm going to say this. I saw Terminator 1 in the movie theater.
Terminator 1?
Don't start doing any adding, Kyle. Don't do any adding.
I was going to ask you if it was in color, right? Did it have sound? Remember?
Yeah. That's funny, Kyle. All right, that was funny.
Remember, because the first movies that came out, in real life, they didn't have sound, right? It was just you just had to kind of imagine the sound, from what I understand. Anyways, Chris from New Jersey, he's seen all the Terminators. Welcome to the show, bro.
All right, Kyle, I want to just say a weird, a funny, and because I got some stuff I want to say, but when I was growing up in New Jersey, yes, Kyle, it was in the 70s. I was a little kid, and I'll never forget it. My mother always watched Johnny Carson, and for whatever reason, I got up because I had a paper route for 5 years of my childhood, so I always went to bed early. But so for some reason, I got to get a drink of water, and my mom was watching Johnny Carson, and I just sat down and looked at Johnny Carson, and it was the first ever appearance of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and this was because his movie came out. Remember that Pumping Iron?
Yeah.
And I here I am. I'm like a little kid, drowsy, and I'm looking at this guy, and he looks big, even though he had like a sport coat on or something. And he goes, Arnold, you must drink a lot of milk to build all those muscles. And then the first time I ever heard Arnold Schwarzenegger talk, he goes, milk is for boys. I drink beer. I go, holy shit, it was this guy. And lo and behold, he becomes Arnold Schwarzenegger, the guy we know. So anyway, All right, couple things, Kyle. First, I want to talk about Georgia. Well, you know, you and I talk all the time, my friend, and I said if we win, we're in, and we're in. So that little jump over Notre Dame that proves we're in. But listen, it doesn't matter because we're going to beat Georgia. So, and Kyle, we can go back. We've got the video proof here. Remember what I said to you the last time we were facing Georgia? That in the press conference, Kirby Smart looked nervous, right? Did you see the press conference this go? He looks nervous. So, and he knows that we have a better team. Everybody can blah 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 about our running game. Is they have their secondary can't defend us, and neither can their linebackers. Ty is going to have a great game, and we're going to win, and we're going to be in, and we're going to get a better seed, which is nice. I would, even if we didn't, I'd love to go and up to Norman, Oklahoma, and beat them. And I could date myself again. I remember when Brian Bosworth played for Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Now, real fast on the class, I love this class, and Crowell is my favorite player in the class. And that highlight film is silly. But I think first guy to get on the field. I think you and I both said we thought Caleb Edwards. I don't know. I don't want to say that name anymore. He's like Voldemort. But we both said he was going to be the first guy to get on the field, and we were right. Edwards is going to be the first guy to get on the field, in my opinion. So, listen. And did we get this Cooley guy yet? Oh,
No, that's at 1:15 Central Time.
All right. So, listen, Kyle, I'm glad I finally got in, even though you knocked me out of the queue. I'm just kidding. That was the first time I called. So, I'll just say this. Milk is for boys. I drink beer.
All right. Thanks for calling in, man.
Great job, brother. Yeah. By the way, nice blazer you got on today there, by the way.
Oh,
nice
thank
blazer.
you. Yeah, it's just a green screen. I'm just kidding. All right, Chris, I appreciate it, bro. Thanks for calling in, man.
All right, brother. We'll talk soon. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide to you. All right, that's Chris from New Jersey, guy 334 coming up next. I was wondering the best Arnold Schwarzenegger movies that we have. So we got clearly The Terminator, Terminator 2. I brought up a list. Predator, True Lies, Total Recall. It was a good movie. Kindergarten Cop. Remember this movie? Remember he had to go there. It was like a stakeout. That was a good movie. All right. Let's do 334. Let's see what we got. All right. Thanks for calling in. You're on line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, man, my name's Trayvon. I'm calling from Kentucky.
What's up, Trayvon? Appreciate you, man. Hope you're having a good day, man. Thanks for calling in. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, I felt like I had to put in my 2 cents about this Georgia game coming up.
Love it.
Just like, I'm not scared of Georgia, but scared that Ty is going to be overconfident, throwing just whatever. But I'm really ready for a good game, and I want to see Ohio State in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think, the last time I watched Ohio State was the same time everybody else did, and they played Michigan. And I think that team is a complete team. Julian Saint does a great job. Is a really good deep ball downfield. He's got excellent wide receivers. The defense is polished. Ryan Day is kind of pissed off for greatness. Are they beatable? We'll find out. But that defense, I think, is what really sets them apart. Urban Meyer before the game was like, they really just have to score 3 touchdowns and they win the game. They did. I'm really curious for this Ohio State and Indiana game because Indiana. Look, I've come around to accept that they're a good football team, and I'm just curious to see what happens this weekend. What about this, Trayvon? I don't think we've talked about this, and we haven't brought this up on the show at all. What happens to Indiana if Ohio State beats the brakes off them? I'm talking like, I don't know. Let's say it's like 35-7 or 42-10 or something like that. What would happen to Indiana, I guess, in the bracket? I don't know. Haven't really had time to think about it. But, Trayvon, you think Ohio State just rolls Indiana? Do you see any upsets this weekend for the SEC championship game? For any of the other conference championship games?
I don't see them rolling Indiana. I think the score would have to be like 40-0 for Indiana to fall out of the bracket completely.
Yeah, I know. Well, I think they're a lock. It would just be kind of like where do you move them because they haven't lost a game. You know, I guess worst case is they're hosting a game and they're out of the top 4. I don't know. I haven't thought about that. Trayvon, a lot of the SEC talk has been about, at least from our angle, is Alabama's defense against Gunnar Stockton. Is there? I mean, do you feel that Alabama's defense up to the task again? And then give me an X factor for Alabama, Georgia. Somebody that you think is going to have to go off for Alabama to win this game.
Oh, I love Gunnar Stockton. He's a great quarterback. He can make all the throws. He's mobile. I think what we're going to have to do to stop him is just, I don't even know.
He's played.
But really, our X factor is going to be.
Go ahead, man.
Our X factor is going to be A.K. Deere or Daniel Hill, one of the running backs. We've got to get the running game going.
Yeah. Cool, man. All right, man. Well, thanks for calling in, Trayvon. I appreciate you calling in, man. Call again next time, man. I appreciate it.
No doubt.
All right. Yeah, from the running back position, clearly Alabama has to get the ball going. They were running the ball better last game until Jam went down, and now depending on his health status, you look to some other running backs to step up if he's unable to go. But still waiting for an official update from Coach Kalen DeBoer, which maybe that'll come tonight, maybe that'll come tomorrow. I don't know. What we're going to do is we're going to take a small pause and be back again. At the top of the hour. And, finish out kind of this recruiting class, and then we'll be live again for Bryson Cooley at 1:15. So back at 12 p.m. for a kind of a midday report to wrap up some more recruiting coverage right here on Bama Football on YouTube. As you can see, the names are rolling in. The check marks represent the guys that have signed with the Alabama Crimson Tide. I think we're up to 19. We might need to update that top part of the graphic, and then looking for Bryson Cooley, and then of course waiting for Ezavier Griffin. If you have any anxiety about Ezavier Griffin not being a part of this class, don't have any anxiety. I don't know why he hasn't signed so far. His official signing day is tomorrow, but I don't think he's going to flip in the last minute or whatever. So really good class. And I'm going to take a quick pause, and then we'll be back at 12 right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And hope to join you for that midday update. And we'll go over, some news and notes. I'll point out some things about this particular recruiting class. Take your questions inside the comment box, and maybe even a couple more calls right here on Bama Football on YouTube. See you in about 30 minutes right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Thanks for watching, fam. And I will catch you guys in just a few minutes right here on Bama Football on YouTube. See ya. Family, welcome back. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. It is 12 p.m. on early National Signing Day. Thank you very much to everybody that has tuned in since 8 a.m. I hope that we've been able to provide a broadcast that has showcased Alabama's recruiting class and talk some Alabama football. And I know there's a lot of different places to get your information, but, goal here is to make sure that you can see it clearly, we keep it organized, you know what's happening, and we cover news as it happens. So just a kudos to you for being with us during the broadcast. So I do have an update for you that I do have to share at 12 p.m., and that is regarding Bryson Cooley. Okay, so Bryson Cooley, who was scheduled to, let me get organized real quick. I think I lost my place. Here I am. Bryson Cooley, 6'6", 315-pound tackle out of Laurel, Mississippi, right? Was going to flip to Bama. At least that's what's been predicted. Okay, he was scheduled to flip today at 1:15 p.m. That doesn't seem like that's going to be the case anymore. So still waiting kind of on the timeline. I don't think it means that he's not going to commit to Alabama. I think he's still predicted to commit to the Tide, but maybe a Thursday or a Friday type movement. I don't know on that sort of timeline. So in terms of Bryson Cooley, if you're waiting, in terms for the big man to commit, and maybe Max Tooney has it right. Maybe this is a bidding war, right? Alabama definitely does have 5 offensive linemen in this class. But in terms of Bryson Cooley, we'll have to see how it goes. He's committed to LSU right now. And, Lane Kiffin, you guys know how much he got in signing cash, right? What do you got? $25 million? So let's see what happens. And that's going to be – and look, you're going to see recruiting battles between LSU and Alabama. We've seen these battles for forever, okay? But now that Lane Kiffin has $25 million in roster cash, is this a prospect right now where LSU maybe takes one from Bama because let's face it, I mean, maybe he's got a little bit more money. I don't know. So this is something that we're going to track over the next 48 hours, okay? So Bryson Cooley looks like a bidding war between Alabama and LSU, okay? So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to run through the class, and then I'm going to provide my superlatives, and that'll kind of be for this next, 30, 45 minutes or however long it gets to us, and I think that'll be the conclusion of our signing day show, okay? And to kind of, paint the picture of where we're at right now in terms of early signing day, this is where we're at. So Bryson Cooley, we'll change that time. Let's just put Friday on it. And then, still waiting for Ezavier Griffin. So it looks like this is your class so far, okay, as of 12 p.m. Things happen. I'll be live. I'll be able to, bring you that type of information. But here's where we stand right now, okay? Bryce has a question inside the comment box before I move forward. He says, this may be a dumb question, but has Tank already signed with Oregon? I haven't seen that he signed with Oregon. Anyone inside the comment box, we'll do some quick research over here. I haven't seen that he's officially signed with Oregon. Wouldn't that be something that shocks everyone? Is that, I don't think this is going to happen. But people want to know about Tank Jones. This is one of the biggest recruitments in Alabama, right? But I do not know about Tank Jones, not at this point in time. I'll do some research and come back, but I don't have information on Tank Jones, okay? So one thing I wanted to do was kind of showcase the 5 stars under Coach Kalen DeBoer, right? And I think when you look to what Coach DeBoer has done from a recruiting perspective, I think sometimes we forget that one of the first prospects that he got back after Coach Saban, retired was Ryan Williams. Because Ryan Williams, it was interesting because remember Ryan Williams was committed to Coach Saban, and then he literally, as soon as Coach Saban retired, Ryan Williams decommitted. It happened like instantaneously. Do you remember this? So Coach Kalen DeBoer, when he came in, he got Ryan Williams to recommit. And I think it was Noah Carter, too, who came in. Now, Noah wasn't a 5-star. He's a 4-star, but still, you know what I'm saying? And then you got on Keelan Russell, Michael Carroll, Dejoun Lee. And those guys are, at least Dejoun Lee and Michael Carroll are really playing this year. I mean, Dejoun Lee's a starter, and so is Michael Carroll, right? Guys from, these need to be 2026. Ezavier Crowell, Griffin, and Edwards on this current graphic. The guys from this current class that are 5-stars, and I feel that there should be a couple more on this graphic from 2026, like Jeriah Edwards, Ezavier Griffin, Ezavier Crowell. Those are 2026 guys, but I cannot believe that Cederian Morgan is not a 5-star. I cannot believe that Jordan Edmonds is not a 5-star. A matter of fact, I want to talk to you about Cederian Morgan, okay? You guys who's seen Cederian Morgan? And we can update this. So, interestingly enough, with Alabama's wide receiver unit this recruiting cycle, they're only taking one so far. Maybe another guy is in place. Is that interesting to you? Does this stand out? Because Owen Cabell right here, he's not ending up in this class. He flipped to Vanderbilt today. So he's not coming, okay? And you have Max Sutter, who's a tight end. I put him just in this graphic because you just have one tight end. And then Cederian Morgan is so far your lone wide receiver in this class. And I agree with you, GP, inside the comment box, man. Yo, Cederian Morgan should 100% be a 5-star. 100%. I'm going to show his highlights in just a second. If you haven't seen Cederian Morgan, man, I'll ask Mystery 340 inside the comment box. Yo, was Cederian Morgan a 5-star to you? 340 inside the comment box? I'm going to show you. The world's about to find out about Cederian Morgan. Max Sutter, also really good. He signed today. He's a tight end, 6'6", 230, played on the defensive side of the ball, even played some quarterback, right? But what I like to do is I like to look at the recruiting class, and I'm like, well, what does it look like next year? So the 2026 receivers, and I'll go full screen because there's a lot of wide receivers to look at. I took Jeremy Bernard off. Remember Bubba Hampton? He's already in the transfer portal or whatever. Like, he's not on the team. So here's kind of a snapshot at next year's wide receivers. Yes or no? Does Isaiah Horton come back right here? Yes or no inside the comment box? I don't know. I mean, he got 3 tutties against Auburn. I don't know if he comes back. He can. And so on this graphic right here, how I do them is all of the graphics are updated for that graduation year. You see what I'm saying? So like 2026, it reflects the year that they would be. Ryan Williams be a junior. Man. You got Cole Adams. He'd be a redshirt junior. Rico Scott, redshirt sophomore. Jalen Hell, redshirt junior. Lazier Brooks would be a sophomore. Jalen Mbach, damn, man, that's crazy that Ryan. Isn't it wild? Oh, Dano. Look what Dano said. I don't see Cam Coleman on there. That's the talk out there. I see what you guys see. The rumor is that Cam Coleman wants to come over to Bama. It's on social media. I don't know if it's been like official, but people want Cam Coleman. All right. You also have Jalen Mbakwe. You have Derek Meadows, and then just one wide receiver so far from this class, which is pretty interesting. This has been when's the last time Alabama only took one wide receiver? Now, I'm about to show you Cederian Morgan's highlights, and I'm telling you, this he's it. I mean, 1,000,000%, but you got to think, I wonder, does Alabama go to the portal over here? Maybe. Will guys leave this room and go elsewhere? Maybe. I can look at a couple and probably say, yeah. But, if Isaiah Horton comes back and Ryan Williams comes back and Ryan Williams can, kind of get it back together, I like what you got. And you know what? I do have to say this. I'm going to talk about Cederian Morgan right now. But how do you guys feel about Jalen Mbakwe? You know what? The small sample sizes I've seen from him, I kind of like what I see from Jalen Mbakwe. Am I tripping? I don't know. And Derek Meadows, man, thank goodness he's okay. Who did he get hit again? Was that Missouri that hit him, right? Man. All right, let me show you some highlights real quick. This isn't a commercial. This is just kind of, I need a graphic that it just shows like transition graphic. But man, I'm telling you, this guy's highlights coming up. Oof. I was so surprised that he got moved. I have no idea why he got moved to a 4-star. Does anybody know? As soon as I just found out recently, I was like, why? All right, here you go. All right, so we have highlights of Cederian Morgan. And keep in mind, when we're watching these highlights right here, 6'4", 220 pounds. Keep in mind, okay? I go full screen. 6'4", that's me, full screen. All right, here we go. Cederian Morgan. 6'4", 220 pounds. And you know what? He's out of Benjamin Russell. That's the same high school as Terrell Owens. Look at this dude. You see this? 6'4", 220. Watch this play right here. Boom. Look at this man. And I think from this particular clip right here, you can tell, right, just how grown he is. Look at this man. Does this guy look like he's in high school? I mean, he's very physically developed, right, for a high school player. And you look to the fact that he's 6'4", 220, and you're like, okay, well, what kind of speed does he have? Is he a possession type guy? Well, let the tape do look. The tape don't lie. Look at this play right here. Switching up gears. Upfield, a takeover monster. That's why I feel this guy, I was like shocked. I was like, how the hell is this dude a 4-star? Big time player, right? Can't really see this footage right there, but that was a one-handed snag that he has. Able to get into the end zone. Elite wide receiver. Finished at Benjamin Russell with a ton of yardage. So I feel, and I know there's probably a lot of you that think that maybe, you know, some receivers or whatever go somewhere else with Jamarcus Shepard. I don't know if that's the case, but I do know that Alabama got someone outstanding. And you look at the in-state prospects that Alabama was to get, right? Able to get. You got Ezavier Crowell, Cederian Morgan, Kamarion Johnson. They recruited the state of Alabama really well. Here he is right here across the middle of the field. Really good speed for a big wide receiver. Look at this clip right here. Go up, get it. And that's where I think a player like this could really flourish, right? So, again, this is Cederian Morgan, who signed with Alabama, really their only wide receiver today. Now, I know a lot of you have been asking about Ezavier Griffin, okay? So, Ezavier Griffin is an inside linebacker out of state of Georgia. He hasn't signed yet. I don't think there's anything to be alarmed about. His signing day ceremony is tomorrow, Thursday, okay? So, don't worry about that. There's no indication that he's going to go somewhere else. I think his signing day is just tomorrow. And then you got Zay Hall right here at the inside linebacker position out of Hillcrest, okay? Now, people are like, why? They're really excited about Ezavier Griffin. And you're probably like, okay, well, I haven't even seen him. You know, what does he bring to the table? Let me show you. All right, so the footage coming up is from our friends at War Chant. One of the things that I want you to watch when you're noticing him is I feel as an inside linebacker, he has so much room to grow. I think he's going to be a very athletic inside linebacker that has a lot of length, okay? So just look how much you can put onto this man. So if he's 6'3", 205 right now, imagine his frame would get him up to like 225, 6'3", 225, and watch the athleticism that he has. Man, I'm telling you, look at this guy. The inside linebacker position, woof. And I do feel that Alabama needs to go probably into the portal for an inside linebacker, and considering you're losing 3 veterans, but you have 3 freshmen right now on board, Daryl Duke Johnson, Luke Metz, Abdul Sanders, right? Those guys in development. You also have Caden Jones and QB Reese. But getting this one in getting Griffin and Zay Hall, the good additions for sure. I'm really excited about it. Are you impressed with Ezavier Griffin? I know you got to like his just even this little highlight right here. I'm impressed. So he's signing tomorrow, okay? And as soon as he officially signs, we will keep you posted right here at Bama Football on YouTube. But nothing to worry about in terms of him going elsewhere. All right. let me kind of recap the class real quick. And I think, looking at the other notes that we have, should be good on our signing day class, which is great. I really like the class. So I'm going to update it right now, and then we'll move on. And if you haven't seen the full entirety of the list, I'll show it one more time if you're just kind of bouncing in or out. Owen Cabell ended up going to Vanderbilt. We'll update the time on Max Sutter because Max Sutter, he already signed earlier today. And the EE, if you're wondering what that means, that's the player is early enrolling. So I think they have, we'll have to count them up, but I think there's like 19 or something like that that'll be early enrolling. And Ja'Vari Barnett ended up at Illinois. We expected that to happen. Okay. Go over this one more time. And in case you missed it, looks like Bryson Cooley is going to announce Friday. Not at 1 p.m. anymore, in case you were wondering. All right. Talked about the receivers, looked at the receivers. Here's a defensive line. All these guys are signed, by the way. J.J. Finch expected to flip. I think he's going to go to Tennessee. So you're going to get Nolan Wilson, Kamaran Johnson, he signed. Jamari Matthews, he signed. And then Corey Howard, he signed. All those guys signed earlier today. J.J. Finch not expected in this class. If I had to circle one guy to like really stand out in the highlights I'd probably show, Nolan Wilson. This guy's, have you guys seen Nolan Wilson's highlights? Do you guys want to see it? I'll pull it up the next show and we'll go over Nolan Wilson. The linebackers just spoke about Xavier Griffin and Zay Hall. Xavier Griffin signing tomorrow. We talked about the quarterbacks and we showed highlights of Tamala and Tadenkawa. All these quarterbacks, as you can see, are bigger quarterbacks. This is a really, really big quarterback room. And we were asking you this morning if you thought maybe Ty Simpson comes back next year. I think the consensus is that Ty Simpson will move on to the NFL. So if you kind of just, put your hand over Ty Simpson, look at how big that quarterback room is. And in 2027, you still get Trent Seaborn as well, right? And you know what? In class of 2028, Alabama has offered Ty Simpson's brother, Graham Simpson. Have you seen this kid? He's a freshman. He's thrown for like 100 touchdowns already or some crazy number like that. The running backs, you're only taking one running back. Don't you find this interesting that they're just taking one running back and one wide receiver? Is that strange to anyone? We showed Crowell's highlights earlier today, and here's a look at how the running back room could look in 2026. You got to think maybe one of these running backs leaves. That's at least kind of the rumor mill, but we don't know that for sure. Alabama likes to run with 5 running backs. So do they keep all these guys? Where does Ezavier Crowell go? How is he compared to the competition? I don't know, man. Crowell's, oof. That dude looks really, really good. We talked about Jeriah Edwards coming in, 5-star out of Maryland. Elite talent. I mean, this was a crucial get for Alabama and Jordan Edmonds as well. Another key piece of the secondary. Kind of look at the 2026 corners, right? Xavier Brown, Dejon Lee, Jordan Edmonds, Zion Gibson coming in. Alabama clearly wants length at the corner position. And Xavier Griffin has just signed. All right. So Ezavier Griffin has just signed, okay? So we were just showcasing him. This is big. Can I get a thumbs up inside the comment box? Ezavier Griffin, we can change him from being committed to signed. His signing day is tomorrow, which is common, but the paperwork is in. So Ezavier Griffin is in. I told you, there was no need to have anxiety about him. Lynn Shannyfield, what's up, man? Good to see you inside the comment box. Bryce Haynes, good to see you. Squad Chief, what's up, man? Appreciate you. Yo, Squad Chief, those DBs, elite, right? And by the way, Ezavier Griffin has officially signed. So no need to worry. He's in. So that puts us up to 20, right? 20 guys have signed today. And as I was talking about, I'll go back to the DBs a little bit. You look at those corners, man. Xavier Brown playing outstanding football. Dejon Lee right there. Clearly they want length. Jordan Edmonds coming in at 6'3". Here's a look at the safeties, right? And you look, and this is how it would look next year. Yo, Keon Sabb could come back. Bray Hubbard, he could come back, right? Cam Howard, Ivan Taylor's played in every single game. Picking up Edwards today was gigantic in terms of a 5-star. Tobias, what's up, man? Good to see you coming to us from Germany. It's been a minute, man. It's good to see you. Hope all's well. Eric's asking about flips. You know, the only flip that we were watching today was Bryson Cooley. He was supposed to announce at 1:15 p.m. He's changed that timing to Friday. So it looks like there's a bidding war going on between Alabama and LSU. Here's a look at Alabama's offensive line. I mean, having Cooley come in would make it 5 offensive linemen. You have 4 right now. Chris Booker, Bear Fretwell. Man, I love that kid's name. Jared Dottie, and then you have Terrell Miller, right? So those are your offensive linemen. Miller is a junior college prospect out of California that recently just signed as Alabama lost Utu. Utu ended up signing with SMU, right? Hacker Music, bro, I don't even try to figure out like the scholarship numbers anymore. It always works out. And one thing that I learned is like Courtney Morgan or any of these guys in that sort of position, did they get it figured out? Hey, in Christian Fields, 100%. And I'm going to ask you in just a minute about, start thinking about this while I wrap this up, is what areas, don't answer yet, but what areas does Alabama need to go in the portal? Okay, I got a couple more slides to get through. We talked about the corners. We talked about the safeties. Alabama right now, number 6 in the team recruiting rankings behind USC, Notre Dame, Oregon, Georgia, and Ohio State. Now, this is on 3. I think Alabama is number 3 on 24/7. So depending on who you use, 24/7 of on 3, they're top 6, right? For me, these are my signing day superlatives, and then I'm going to go over portal needs, okay? So my superlatives real quick start like this. You have 2 really big athletic quarterbacks coming in. And I think, honestly, after watching and evaluating the quarterbacks, I think Jet Thamala is very similar to Keelan Russell in terms of a finesse quarterback that can move around, good arm, playmaker, right? 100%. And, we got to add Kirkpatrick to that graphic. Thank you, Darren. But a quarterback that can certainly move around, make plays, throws a really good ball, right? And then you have Taden Kahua, the big kid coming in from Utah, 6'6", 240, big arm. I think he's more comparable to Austin Mack. So you really have, and maybe that's a sign of how they want to recruit their quarterbacks. A big, tall pocket-type passer with some athleticism and then kind of a more finesse quarterback. But either way, that quarterback room is gigantic. Add on John Gazaniga. He's 6'7", 250, right? Is it surprising to you that Alabama is only taking 1 running back? Do you think that Alabama, I don't think they go to the portal for a running back, but they have 5 running backs for next year. And I think you all are wondering if Richard Young will transfer. We haven't seen that officially, but only 1 running back is certainly interesting to me. Is that one running back enough? Ezavier Crowell is definitely a lot of running back. Same question for the wide receiver room. When's the last time that Alabama only signed 1 wide receiver, right? I don't know. I think when you look to, other wide receivers, you had Owen Cabell go elsewhere. You had Brian Williams go elsewhere, right? Where did Brian Williams go? I didn't see where he goes. I saw Owen Cabell went to Vanderbilt. But having just, really, Billy, we had 3, right? Owen Cabell and Brian Williams, and then those guys went elsewhere. Kind of interesting. 5 offensive linemen if Alabama gets Cooley, who's now, deciding on Friday. GP wants Cam Coleman. Maybe they go to the portal. Defensive line looks solid. Nolan Wilson looks great, right? Jameer Matthews. We look good there. Inside backers, you got, I just showed you Zay Hall and then Ezavier Griffin. He officially signed his paperwork. And then the secondary is really, really good. I mean, the pickups that they had in the secondary, love it. Love to see it. So I have to ask you, portal needs, okay? Go ahead and post inside the comment box, what is an area that you feel that Alabama needs to go into the transfer portal? What position, sound off inside the comment box, do you think Alabama needs to go into the portal? For me, I mean, I have it on the board right here. I think that's pretty easy for me. I think clearly the tackle position. I don't care if you get, if you get Cooley, and that's great, and I think that's a big win over LSU. But I would like to see them get a veteran in that tackle position, like an outstanding veteran. Yeah, and by the way, Griffin officially signed. We're following the Alabama football, channel as well. So Griffin is officially signed, if you were just wondering. But that's official. And then I think because you've had issues at the right tackle position for the last 2 seasons, plain and simple. And next year when Caden Proctor leaves, hopefully we keep on saying, hopefully Wilkin Formby gets there. Hopefully, we can't take a third consecutive year of issues at the tackle position. We can't go through that again. I don't want to get to the end of the playoffs or whoever, if someone beats Alabama and have it be at the safety position. It's got to tighten up. The inside backer, you're losing 3 veterans. It makes sense to me to take an inside linebacker there. Just like someone very, would be whoever's comparable to Nakai Hill Green. He was a great addition. He's been really good this year. And then, of course, a kicker. I look, come over here and create competition. I will say this about Connor Talty. He did look to have more confidence against Auburn, right? Hey, Benny, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the compliments. I appreciate it, man. Jay Wiggins asking me about how would I rank this overall class. Good question. It's a smaller class. Is it like the best class ever? I don't think it's like the best class ever, but I think it's a good class. I think it's a solid class. Yeah. You got your, you got your quarterback who fit the system, the 2 quarterbacks that fit the system. You got to take over running back. You got to take over wide receiver. Offensive line, we'll see, right? D-line, I like the D-line. The corners are outstanding. And to be honest, I feel that this swarm defense operates better when you have some corners that you could really trust. And Jordan Edmonds, man, I'm telling you, don't think of him as like any less than Dejon Lee. That guy is a baller. I'm telling you, he is outstanding. And then Jeriah Edwards at the safety spot, man, you have those guys coming in. Now, that's pretty good. One of my sleepers in this, kind of going to the superlatives, I know I don't have it on here. One guy that I'll mention, Max Sutter. Okay, this tight end. Just if you haven't had an opportunity to see his highlights, you'll be impressed by him. And because as the tight ends kind of grow up, Josh Cuevas will move on. So does that mean Caleb Edwards, he takes a step forward? Marshall Pritchett. They're starting to get better tight ends. And what's up, 2389? Talking about Jared Daughtry, right? Had one of the best senior years of any tackle. Yeah, good note, man. Appreciate it. But I think, the kicker, that's an area, and then I don't know what else. I guess wide receiver, right? DeMemphis is asking if Ryan Williams is going to stay. Yeah, Ryan will stay. That's one of the biggest, things out there. There was a fake report that said he was going to LSU. I mean, he's got a tattoo of Alabama on his leg. I guess you could change tats to whatever, but no, I think he's still Bama. All right. So that's kind of where we stand, fam. Again, we got a super chat in here. My bad. Let's see. Eric, what's up, dog? I appreciate you. Kyle, I thought when schools lost a head coach, players got 30 days. No, that's not the rule anymore. They change rules every day in college football. So there's only one signing day, which is January 2nd through the 15th. But there's no longer like if a coach, leaves, then players can just dip out. That doesn't exist anymore. I know. Constant rules. There's never a bad question, man, and there's never a bad super chat. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. So where things stand today, I think we're probably at a good spot to, put our recruiting show to rest because we've covered everything. I was going to wait for Bryson Cooley, but he has changed his commitment time to Friday. Okay. And everything else looks to be polished up. We ran over the superlatives. The next thing to watch is Coach Kalen DeBoer, his press conference at 4 p.m. And Brian Williams Jr., he's not signing in this class. I don't even know where he signed, actually, but he's not in this class. Are there any other questions that I can address inside the comment box before we dip out about the recruiting class? Did you guys have a good show? And thanks for joining. Truth be told, I've always kind of been wondering about the on-the-hour type show, and I know there's a lot of news, so it's easier to do, but that's something I'm also trying to explore within kind of the direction of the channel. Is it easy for you that every single hour at the top of the hour, there's kind of like an update? Having my 10 o'clock show still, but having kind of on-the-hour updates, because there's a lot of news, right? So it was the on-the-hour show as a viewer, was that easy for you to follow? Just like, hey, top of the hour, Kyle. Top of the hour news, right? That's what I was thinking, because I've never really done anything like this before. And doing this, being on camera, at least individually, I'm trying to figure out, like, what is the best way to do something like this that is a long-form video rather than just a bunch of different videos that can kind of be like spam. I don't know, right? So, Arnetta Neal says, do you think Jeriah Edwards can come in and start? I don't know. That's a good question. Probably not if you do get Hubbard and if you also get Keon Sabb to come back. But who knows? That third corner position, that could be open. But, man, I don't know. Maybe not because Red Morgan he's so good. Yo, Red Morgan is kind of like an unsung hero, right? He's a baller. Bryce with the super chat. He says, another funny topic. Kalen does leave. Hopefully not. Who would be our top candidate? Oh, that's easy. Lane Kiffin. How about this? Kalen DeBoer leaves, and Lane Kiffin never coaches a game at LSU and comes to Bama. You want to break the internet? I'm just kidding. Don't worry about that. But that would be crazy. Oh, yeah, Dano was saying go watch Jeriah Edwards' tape. Yeah, I was going to bring his tape to the channel, but when I watched it, you couldn't really get like a good view of it. I'm telling you, Jeriah Edwards is a human missile. He's like a linebacker at safety. Perfect. Oh, and you got Ivan Taylor too. Yeah. Sean saying Jeriah plays Husky. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can you imagine him battling it out with Red Morgan? John saying KD's not leaving. Yeah, no, I know he's not leaving. Whoever started that Penn State rumor, so some people say it was Jimmy Sexton, right? Man. And, Kalani Sitake, the BYU coach, he was targeted for Penn State. He ended up re-signing with Penn State or with BYU. He got himself an extension, as did Texas Tech's coach. But whoever started that, that was a good one. It still won't die, right? As soon as I saw that, I didn't even want to address it, but it just kept coming and coming and coming. So finally, I was like, fine, I'll talk about it. And as North Alabama Storm Chase says inside the comment box, Alabama basketball. Yeah, if you thought you're going to run out of stuff to do today, you have Alabama basketball and you have the Hey Coach show. And you have Coach Kalen DeBoer at 4 p.m. And Patrick is asking about any flip targets. I ain't hear anything about Darby. The only one that we're hearing is Bryson Cooley. So that's kind of one of the ones that we are watching. But thank you again. I really appreciate it. One more time, here's the full screen monitor of Alabama's signing class, 20 so far. We are waiting for Bryson Cooley on Friday. And then, of course, look, there's always like some news that always pops up. So stay connected with our Facebook channel or watch for some other shorter form videos to pop up right here on Bama Football on YouTube. But I really appreciate you guys being here since 8 a.m. This morning during our early signing day coverage. I am really grateful for all your guys' support and for hanging out with me and of course, for calling in at that 10 a.m. hour. But news as it happens. And then if you're new to kind of the channel, if you just got here, we also provide a 4 a.m. Wake Up Bama. And that goes out every day at 4 a.m. So you can listen to it at the gym, on the road, whatever you're doing. That's, there you go. CJ Cook says he's going to give me a heads up on Kiffin. Oh, I appreciate it, man. Yeah. I always send the scoops, man. And Kenny, what's up? Good to see you. So thank you so much. All right. So one more time, great signing class. Thanks for watching. As news happens, I got you covered right here at Bama Football on YouTube. Sad to leave. I'm sad to say bye. I feel like we've been here for a long time. But all good shows must come to an end. Thanks for watching. Check back soon right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Love you, fam. Thank you so much for watching. Get inside the comment box. News as it happens right here at Bama